all. But to start us off, we shall have our religious minister, Mr. Cosmas Mutevi, give us a devotional. I would request, for the Lord that we kindly maintain level of decorum. Yes, so Cosmas, kindly come forward to give us our devotional.
Good morning, everyone, and praise the Lord. We thank the Lord that you are here today. Thank you for coming. Thank you for keeping time. And we are going to begin with a devotional. It is good to begin with God. You know, the motto of UCU says that Alpha and Omega. But that Alpha and Omega comes from the book of Revelations, chapter 22, verse 13. And it means that God is the beginning and the end. Amen? So it is always important that we begin with God in everything. And it will not be different for this symposium as well. But before we share the word, let us have a small prayer. Kind and loving Father, we thank you that you have gathered us here. Thank you, King of Glory, because you are very intentional about each and every one of us and everything that you have planned for each and every one of us in our lives. I pray, King of Glory, that as we are here, my Lord, that you have your way and that you speak through me, King of Glory, to these your children, and that we shall benefit from this day. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, Father, I pray and believe. Amen. So I'm going to begin with a popular verse. It is in Jeremiah 29, verse 11, which says that I alone know the plans I have for you, plans for your good and not to make you perish or to cause you to perish, plans to give you a hope and a future. Amen? But I want to attach a condition to this. You know, as people, we like good things for ourselves, right? And we like verses that give us hope. It is true that God does have a purpose for us and each and every one of us, but at the same time, God gave us what we call free choice or free will. Yes? So as we look forward to the purpose of God, which is good for us, and his will is perfect for our lives, there is always the thing that we have to make a choice. Amen? If you want to know that you have to make a choice each and every day with God, just look at Revelations. It is Revelation chapter 3, verse 20. It says that, behold, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone should hear my voice and open that door, I will come into him and will dine with him and he with me. Why doesn't God just open that door if he's your God and he's your creator? You know? Why doesn't he just come because he created you and he just opens the door to your heart and move in? It is because there's always a choice to let him in. Amen. So for the purpose and the will of God, which is perfect for us to work in our lives, there's choices that we have to make. Just like you woke up today morning and you chose to come here. It is a choice. You could have been somewhere else. Or you could have gone, and read your books. But at the same time, this choice that you have made, I believe, is beneficial to you and to each and every one of us. Because the scriptures in Proverbs 9:10 say that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Meaning that God requires us to have wisdom and knowledge. What you've come to do here is seek knowledge. I like to believe that the symposium is not a waste of time. Amen? But it is a point where you come to learn from someone who has gone before you, who has gone through the path that probably you are going to go through in the next few years. And by doing so, it makes life a bit easier for you because you know what is coming. Amen? Amen. So even God desires that for us, which is why he gives us his word, that we may know him and desire his ways. Praise God. Are we together? Yes. So we are going to just have a brief prayer. to help us sink this in. Kind and loving Father, we thank you, Jesus, that we have had a brief word, King of Glory, my Master, from you. Father, you tell us in James 1:5, that King of Glory, if any of us desire to have wisdom, Father, we should ask of you, and you shall give to us, King of Glory, my Master, that you will not rebuke any one of us. Father, I pray that you give us wisdom in your word, that King of Glory, my Master, we shall know who you are, and that we shall revere you, King of Glory, all the days of our lives. I pray that this word that we have shared, King of Glory, my Master, Father, works in us, my Master, that we learn to make better choices, Father, King of Glory, that because you have a perfect will for us, my Lord, that you shall help us make those choices that will lead us to the perfect will of God. I pray all this believing in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, Father, our Lord. Amen. I just want to say that the Lord is very intentional about each and every one of us, and that the morning has come. Now that you have come here, don't live the same. Amen. Ask questions if you must. Disturb the panelists when they come, raise your hand, give that question that you have, and also allow to learn and unlearn the things that we are going to discuss throughout the day. May God bless you. I remain Mutebi Cosmas. Have a lovely day.
Yes, thank you so much, Cosmas. That was a lovely devotional. I believe we're all closer to God because of it. Yes, so very excited. Thank you guys again for keeping time. Again, I'm going to ask you, as I did earlier, in case you have any expectations, any questions that you would like addressed in this symposium, please raise your hand and you'd give them to us now. In case you'd want to engage maybe with a particular speaker, maybe you could approach us and would, connect you. The point of this symposium is that we would connect with those who wouldn't typically have the opportunity to connect with. So in case you would want to speak to someone, please feel free to approach me, approach the team, the guys dressed in purple, the cute Law Society purple shirts, which are also for sale at the entrance over there, as well as the lapel pins. Just going for 10K, the lapel pins. I'm not sure how much the shirts are going for. So, in case you have any expectations, would request that you would give them now. Otherwise, we shall be starting. I will just be calling on my co-host, Adono Emmanuel. Adono is going to take us through the next session of it all as we proceed.
Hello everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You look so beautiful and handsome this morning. It's good to see you all here. Did you guys have breakfast? Come on. I know it's chilly, but you have to keep lively. So, quick one. We have a table right over that side that is selling shirts and lapel pins. If you do not mind to look so beautiful and handsome in the shirts as you're seeing the ladies and gentlemen well dressed in purple, please grab yourself one. My name is Emmanuel Edonu, and I would love to welcome all of you to yet another exciting UCU Law Society Symposium 2024 under the stewardship of His Excellency Nawaf Khalid. A round of applause to the President and his team. You guys are doing an amazing job, and I, for one, am so grateful for the good work you're doing. I'll be co-hosting with Danita, and our time is far much spent, but it's good seeing each and every one of you here. I am going to be giving out 2 shirts today, and won't be giving out T-shirts today, so I encourage you to be very active while we are having this conversation on. And right now, I would love my... You're gonna help me move the microphone around. I just want someone to tell me, just as Danita had said, what your expectations are. Anyone who is willing, you grab yourself a lapel pin at a free cost. That's when I'll get this house very active. And I'm giving this opportunity to 10 people. 10 people right now. So let's move the microphone around. Dorcas. All right. Lapel pins up for grabs. Let's not forget, we are streaming live on the UCU platform. So our YouTube channel is up and running. And we also have the hashtags that are going to be shared. They'll be displayed. So take off some time. And, social media is a very powerful tool. Let's trend. Today we have to trend. UCU Law Society and the Symposium has to trend. So when we get the hashtags, be free to tweet about UCU and tag us on your Twitter handle. We'll be sure to retweet and share you and comment on your post. Yes, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. My name is Agre. Year 1, semester 2. My expectations today, I want to learn from the speakers. I've done research about most of them. They are great speakers. I want to learn from their life experiences, what they have achieved, so that I can be a good lawyer in the making. Most especially Akunovera Festus, who is mostly based in New York. I really want to learn a lot from him because he's my role model. And I want to learn from all of them, from their life experiences, connect with them, so that maybe I can join their law firms and thank you so much.
Thank you. A round of applause. Could you please help me with 10 lapel pins? This gentleman grabs himself a lapel pin. You refuse to engage. I've told you 2 shots up for grabs. Yes. Let's balance. Akash and Dorcas, we need to balance. So let's have the next person. Yeah, hands. Yes, Akash. Turn on the microphone and tell us your expectations. Let's have the gentleman. Then we'll come back to the ladies this side.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Please, a little bit speak up.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So yeah, my expectations today from the speakers, the guest speakers, I expect to learn more from their experiences, how to... Okay. I expect to learn from their experiences and how to achieve the much they have achieved, but then also, I also wanted to learn what are the marketable opportunities in the legal field as well. And yeah, I expect to learn that from them.
All right, a round of applause. Thank you. I need a lady this time around. Get me a lady.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Hilda Egesa. I'm a 4th-year law student. My expectation is, in the event that some of us choose to take on academia or the academic path, will we be limited to strictly academics, or there's a probability of also being able to practice in the other aspects of the law? Thank you.
Guys, you you might not have to limit it to just your expectations. If you have any questions, the people that will be interviewing, the people that will be interviewing are here. If you have any questions, if you have a specific speaker you'd like to engage with, like we say, 2 shots, 10 lapel pins. Thank you so much to the lady at the back. I think your question was in regards to whether we're limited to academics. We are not. Life experience. The point is anything and everything goes in this space. Yes, the gentleman at the back who was very eagerly taking the mic.
I want to get a lapel pin. My name is Fred Burondo. I'm a dreamer just like any one of you here. I came to this space one. Anthony Kakoza, best ever in IP, the godfather of IP. Anyone that wants to dream IP, this is the place to be. Intellectual property, our former dean. 2, Festus Akunovera. Each one of us has a dream of ever getting a first class, best ever first class in the world of Uganda that we live in. If you want to beat that, there's a gentleman you're seeing today. Best in business that has, I think, climate involvement because he has managed to amass enough funding to that effect. 3, Muzei Mapawi at S&L. Great brain to learn from. And lastly, Mr. Idot, from personally the best law firm we have in the country, Kampala Associated Advocate. What a pleasure, what a moment to be live and to be in Koyoyo at such a moment where it is cold to be in a bed, but we are here to be part of dreamers, to be part.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's to the dreamers. Thank you so much. A gentleman who has just earned himself a lapel pin. Woo! And so, any other expectations? We'll be taking a lady now.
Danita, hang in there. The guy wants to cry.
The guy wants to cry.
Come on, Fred.
Oh, shame. Fred,
are you
come
that
on.
emotional?
Do you want to finish? The mic is on
The
now.
mic is on, please.
You people, I have never, for anyone that might feel they've wasted their time, please, you've not. I want to thank the society for the good work. Please, thank you. Thank you for bringing us back to light. We are seeing light. We shall be with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say, for everyone here, as a 4th-year student, this has been the best law society I've had in my entirety of my 4 years. So, shout out to the, we see you guys, we see you all, but I know a lady, the lady at the front in white. No, the lady at the front in white. We're doing,
Do we have first years in the house? First years, please. By a show of hands. Come on, guys, let's celebrate the first years in the building. You guys are amazing. Second years in the house, by a show of hands. You're only 2. Let's celebrate them. Then third years, wow, you guys are amazing. All right, now, of course, the people do not need any introduction. The 4th years are in the building. Scream for us, guys. So the next lapel pins are going to first years only. 4th years can relax. Let's first give chance to the first years and second years. Third years, I'm promising a 3rd year shirt. That one's exclusive. The 4th years, yours, you have bigger things. I'm gonna get you guys bigger stuff. So let's first have 4th years and respond to, let's give them this opportunity. But anyway, I'm kidding. This is open to everyone. Don't worry, we're just joking.
So yes, the lady in white.
Good
Laws
morning,
away.
everyone. Yeah, my name is Kwizera and I'm a year 2 law student. So for the love of the law, I would like to hear about their expert perspectives on specialized areas of the law. Yeah, just like Fred had broken it down. Thank you.
Okay then, any particular speaker you're interested in? No, please.
Mr. Anthony Kakoza.
Mr. Anthony Kakoza. Okay, so any question. If you had 1 minute with him and you'd ask him one question, what would it be?
I'll think about it.
You'll think about it. We'll come back to you. Your name again?
Kwizera.
Kwizera. We'll come back to you, Kwizera.
Okay.
Yes, please, Akash. So, ladies and gentlemen, some people are side-eyeing me. Like, it seems like I'm running this house the way I would. Yes. Yes, a dictator, guys. Welcome to Uganda. Any gentlemen? Any gentlemen? Sir, you're a first year, right? You are.
Good
and
morning.
you are as well? Guys, my house.
My name is Esther Awar. I have an expectation and a question. No, not for the lapel pin. Not for the lapel pin.
I know some of you are financially stable. This is not your space. So please proceed.
Yes. My question is really, how do you get to? Fred was really reading for us the different specialties or the different speakers, right? In year one, we were introduced to criminal law, and we thought we wanted to do criminal law, you people. Then we went to family law. We thought we would be family lawyers. We started doing business law. We said, but business is fun, eh? White collar jobs, you're not dealing with criminals. We turned to insolvency. We said, I think we'll be insolvency practitioners, right? So we have been having different course units for all these semesters, right? And as fourth years, we were made to choose electives. Are you doing environmental? Are you doing all these things, right? But at the end of the day in LDC, you're going to do everything, right? But then where do you then get the niche to settle in and say, I'm going to do intellectual property and I think it's something I want to do? Or end and say and limit yourself and say, I'm going to deal with alternative dispute resolution. So how does somebody harmonize their thoughts of criminal law, family, and all that stuff and come to one specialty of only dealing with the specific topic? Thank you.
No, guys, she's absolutely right. The lady that took over the house blew us away. I know you're financially stable. First, we shall hold on to this for a second as we have discussions with the rest of the house. I don't know about the rest of you, but business law always rejected me. So those who wanted to be insolvency practitioners, we bow. Yes, the gentleman in blue will have you next. Do you want your lapel pin? So they say we're not running. Yes, the gentleman in blue, live from past year. Thank you so much, sir. What's your name?
Thank you so much. My name is Alan Ninsima. First of all, I'm excited, but also honored to be here. But this very morning, I'm excited, one, to listen from the gentleman doing international arbitration. I'm very passionate about alternative dispute resolution, and I'm passionate to see Michael Mafabi talk to us his experience, but more so to rub shoulders with all these great men. I would like to work in Kampala Associated Advocates, my dream law firm, and well, Augustine Idut is here. How best would I have dreamed to see these gentlemen? So that's my excitement, and I hope to learn more this very day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is his excitement. No, seriously, you guys, when else would we be rubbing shoulders with these people? Which is why I'm saying encourage your friends to come. If you have friends in bed, I know I would be in this weather, were I not in this situation, but encourage them to come. When else would we be doing this? So any ladies in the house that would want to give, some guys are really eyeing me, yes? Yeah, I'm discriminating you already, the fourth years. Yes, please, the lady in the purple dress.
Good morning. My name is Tuchiriz Esther from year 3, doing law. My expectation or the question I have today is about Michael Mafabi, how he specialized in international arbitration, because I have a passion in practicing international law. So I don't know that it's just a fantasy or something I can really practice in this country. Thank you.
Okay, then. Thank you so much. Oh, the gentleman. No, please, take us. Alice.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Very special man. Go ahead.
Yes. Good morning. Good morning to you all. Yes, so first and foremost, my name is Davis Mujisha Asimwe, and by the grace of God, I'm a fourth-year law student. So they have already disqualified us from lapel pin, so I've already accepted that defeat. However, I wanted to share this with you guys. Make sure that as our panelists are sharing, as the speakers are sharing, pay attention. Why? Each of them is literally, and I mean literally, the top of their field. starting with Mr. Mafabi. He handles arbitration in, first of all, the oldest law firm in this country, number one, and one of the biggest, if not the biggest. Yes, so anything concerning arbitration that you might want to ask, be it in terms of education, career prospects, where to start from, he's the man to ask. When dealing with a gentleman called Festus Akunovera, some of you might already know, he has an unbeaten record at Makerere. His first class is still unbeaten to date, to the extent that he has put up a TX up for grabs for whoever beats his CGPA. Imagine 20 years have passed and still nothing has changed. His understanding of taxation law is like nothing we have in this country. There is no one who is going to speak tax without including him, and they think they will be speaking sense. Then, Mr. Augustine Iduit at KAA, the head of the technology, media, and telecommunications practice there. Some of us, or any of us here who has taken an opportunity to participate in mooting and anything cyber-related, you'll always see him there. On top of KAA being the biggest firm by revenue, you will realize that most of the disputes being handled today involve tech, involve most of those big telecommunication players. And so this is the man that is handling all those cases, from drafting contracts to handling, name it. And so to live here without asking him a personal question, personal in the sense of professional, or generally not picking his mind, I think would be sad. And finally, our dear Professor Kakoza, who was here 2014 to 2018 as Dean. Some of you who are from SMAC could be knowing him. He was a rugby player while he was there. He played for Impis while at campus. He was even on the national rugby team. This is a man who thought of IP before we understood IP. When gentlemen like Katende were promulgating the ideas of Theatre La Bonita, this gentleman was already thinking about IP before Ugandans could wake up. And now we know him as the godfather of IP. All in all, aside from just being here, rack your brains. This could be an opportunity for you to weigh where you want to be. One, this could be an opportunity for you to make your brilliance known. If at all you ask insightful questions, you know, questions go a long way. They show how much you know and how much you're willing to know. The wisdom of a man is determined by how much he knows he does not know. Yes? So those questions will really shine a light on who is asking them. And then finally, if at all none of those things is going to move you to ask a question or to share insight, please be inspired. Because some of the men here, or at least, actually all of them, they have built themselves from scratch. Yeah? Many a time, especially today, we are seeing what befalls us after practice, and it can be disheartening. These guys are here to remind us that it is actually possible. It is painful, it may take time, but there is evidence that there is success in our profession, and there is nobility in our profession. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Asimwe, as insightful as he is going to be one of the people taking us through one of our sessions today, so it's paramount that, you know, we take a moment. He knows exactly what he's speaking about. I will be taking the gentleman in navy blue at the back there, who initially turned us away in the morning, but I think he has found his footing. Please go ahead, sir. Introduce yourself, give us your question, your expectation, or whatever it is that you would like to say.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew. So these men are very remarkable men in the legal field to all of us and everyone. So my expectation is just for us to go beyond just the theory of learning from them just theoretically. Is there a possibility maybe for some of us to learn from them firsthand in practice, like through internship or something like that? Maybe when we are off semester. Thank you.
Through internship. You guys, I have to be frank with you. My first internship I got because I walked up to a woman and I told her I want to intern at your place. So just walk up to someone and tell them what you want from them. I have a friend who always says, closed mouths don't get fed. So open your mouth. This is going to be the space you're going to do it. We have 2 lapel pins left. And we have two lapel. I want to give it to someone who is going to ask a question. Yeah, we'll give, actually, the last lapel pin. David says that we disqualified fourth years. Shame. We hadn't, but now he has pushed us. Oh, shame, Davis, shame. But I'm sure you'll find a sponsor here. Very generous people in the house. I know people, you guys are really standing tall. We have the last lapel pin going. And to, I don't say spice things up because that might sound shady. To switch things up a little, I want a question for you guys. If you had 1 minute, 30 seconds with any of these individuals, what would you ask them? A unique question, something that you think would change the course of your life. The lady at the back, your very unique question. Yes, please, you would.
Good morning. My name is Peace, PCC Mukite, LLB1. My concern for today, or my question today is, besides litigation, what else can a lawyer do? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Besides litigation, what else can a lawyer do? In my first year, I thought I would be a litigant. In my fourth year, I just want to graduate. But that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is the legal field is so diverse. There is so much that we can do. All of these gentlemen here are a testament to the fact that there is more to the law than litigation, and you just have to open your eyes. You can get a mentor here if you're lucky. And if you, like I said, open your mouth, approach people, speak to them. But besides litigation, there's so much to the law, and I think you'll discover as you progress that it will happen. Akash, for the lady. Yes, guys, I hope you're raising your hands knowing this is the last lapel pin. Yes, the lady here. Oh, no, okay, fine. This lady and then the lady on the corner, and then we shall have her closing on. Oh, okay. Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen, I would love us to rise up as we recognize the arrival of our guests.
Okay. Our greatest thanks to our guests for honoring us with their presence, and thank you to everyone in the house who has maintained time. We may please proceed to take our seats, everyone. Thank you so much. Yes, once more, my name is Turiho Danita. I shall be your host for today, along with Edonu Emmanuel, whom I shall transfer the mic to as we proceed. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 annual UCU Law Symposium. Today, this is an opportunity for us to interact with the very best of their field. This is an opportunity for us to ask the questions we would otherwise not have the opportunity to ask, to broaden our horizons, to broaden our minds, and to look beyond that which we know. This is an opportunity we might not get again, so I would encourage us all to take it. So, ladies and gentlemen, to take us through the first half of this very, very engaging session, I invite my co-host, Edonu Emmanuel, to take us through. Thank you.
Good morning once again. My name is Emmanuel Edonu, and I'd love to welcome every one of you to yet another exciting law symposium. Our guests, we are so delighted to have you join us, and thank you for honoring our invitation to come and share with us and impact our lives today. We are so humbled. A round of applause to our guests. Something I love about our guests is that they keep time, and they were here by 8 o'clock. And let's appreciate them for that. I would love to thank each and every one of you in your various capacities. And I'm seeing very adorable faces before us today. And thank you for coming, taking off your time amidst the coursework week, to be here with us. I can confirm that we have the staff from the faculty. I'm seeing the head of department, Mrs. Gomez, who is around with us. Let's welcome her. I'm also seeing one of the most able lecturers that we have, Mr. Andrew Nyombi, who is here with us. Mr. Andrew Nyombi is the patron of the Law Society. For those who didn't know, purposes of record. Thank you, sir, for joining us. We are going to start off our program with the anthems, and this is going to be done by the sound room. Sound room, if we're ready, I would request that we all rise up as we are going to officially commence our gathering today. Let us remain standing as I welcome the religious minister to give us an opening prayer.
Praise the Lord. Good morning to each and every one of you. Let us humble ourselves for an opening prayer. Kind and loving Father, the beginning and the end, we thank you for today. Thank you, King of Glory, that we have made it, Father, King of Glory, for this is the day that you have made. Thank you for the people that have come, Father, King of Glory, to earn more learning and knowledge, King of Glory. Thank you for our guest speakers. Thank you, King of Glory, for the Law Society, my Master. I pray, King of Glory, that as we are here, my Lord, Father, that your will is done, but also that, King of Glory, we may learn and unlearn things that we thought we knew. I pray, King of Glory, my Master, that you give us clarity, Father, my Lord, and you give us understanding, Father, King of Glory, that as we are here, Father, King of Glory, my Master, each and every one of us, my Lord, shall benefit from the knowledge that we are going to have today. I pray all this believing and trusting in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
We may be seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, today is the 30th day of October 2024, and we have converged here under the bracket of the UCU Law Society for the UCU Annual Law Symposium that is always organized by the society, where they invite various distinguished guests who come and share with us their experiences and different career opportunities as we navigate through the legal landscape. And we are delighted to see each and every one of you here in your various capacities. Thank you for honoring our invitation and being part of this great noble cause. I want to appreciate each and every one of you for taking off your time to be here with us today. We do not take it for granted, and we are so delighted that you took off your time to be with us. I want to appreciate, on a very special note, the UCU administration, especially the Faculty of Law, for the support that they've given to us. A round of applause to them for the support that they've accorded to us. Madam Gomez, in the absence of the Dean, I pray that may you convey our appreciation to him for the support that he has accorded to us to see that this day is a success. I want to recognize the people, the master brain behind this gathering, and that is the UCU Law Society Cabinet. You could stand up for recognition. Thank you, thank you. The number is bigger than that, and I want to thank, on a very special note, His Excellency Nawaf Khalid for his stewardship. You could stand up and wave to us. Yeah. For those who do not know him, that is Nawaf Khalid, the president of the UCU Law Society. Amidst us, we also have various student leaders from the guild government. I'm seeing the deputy speaker who is present here, together with the attorney general, with the clerk to parliament, and the most able MP School of Law, Julius Chiza. We are delighted to have you amidst us. Thank you for the support that you are called to us. We are going to run a little bit very fast because our guests were here by 8 and they kept time, and I'm so glad that they did so to challenge us with the young people who are going to take up these spaces. Time management is very key. We should have started by 8, but we are starting at 10. And this is a challenge to us that we can do better. Amidst the chilly weather today, that doesn't stop us. We'll have our event, and I'm very sure it's going to be successful. I would love to invite His Excellency Khalid to give us a speech. Thereafter, you will invite the representative from faculty, who will in turn invite the Office of the Vice Chancellor. Then we'll get back to our normal program. Thank you. Khalid, you're welcome. A round of applause as the President comes to give his speech.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, representatives from the Faculty of Law, Madam Rebecca, Patron, Mr. Nyombi, my fellow students, colleagues, cabinet members, I welcome you all to this event. As we gather here today, we stand at the intersection of tradition and innovation. Traditions, principles, and progressive ideas. Our commitment is to integrity, innovation, and paths that lawyers can take to make this nation great. This symposium is a testament to our collective dedication to staying at the forefront of legal excellence. This aligns with our notion, onwards and upwards. That is our notion, to breed legal excellence. As we delve into this program, I encourage you to embrace the spirit of collaboration, curiosity, and critical thinking. Let us harness our collective expertise to tackle these complex issues and challenges that await us. We're here, but we'll be leaving anytime, and we need to know what happens next. We are trying as a law society to create and bridge the gap between the law students and the legal professionals in the field. What awaits? What next after the law degree? That aligns with our theme, exploring alternative career paths for law students and diversification of the legal profession. That's why we're here. We have had a series of projects that align with this ambition, among which include the monthly career space series, where each month we have hosts assigned to a specific topic to talk to students using the X or Twitter platform. We've had from the month of June, July, August, and I think we hosted one of the guest speakers here, Mr. Idot, in one of the X spaces. And so we are building on that. We are trying to create more awareness among students of what actually happens in the field and how they can harness their expertise in what they study in class and what awaits them and align their career interests and paths. On top of the career spaces, we started actually with a constitutional amendment to realign our organizational structure to make the Law Society more proactive, more available for students, more effective and more efficient. Among the changes we had was a reduction in the subscription fee to make it more affordable and more valuable to the students to be part of the Law Society and benefit from the society activities. We also made membership easy. We also introduced and changed a few positions. All this was geared towards helping the Law Society become more efficient and effective in executing its mandate. We also organized a 10K tuition campaign at the end of last semester, aimed at helping students who are struggling financially. As lawyers, we are social engineers, and we are coming up with these projects to help as much as we can. We also had 2 community outreaches, one to Bishop West Primary School, an orphanage, and a school of disabled children, to try and help in whatever way we could, and the impact was felt and it was significant. After the occurrence of the Chitezi incident, the UCU Law Society still mobilized law students and still paid a visit and offered help, necessary requirements. We offered food items, essential supplies, and many other things. And now we are at this juncture, at the symposium. We are here to keep growing. We are here to keep moving onwards and upwards. We shall not stop. Thank you so much. So at this point, I invite the head of department, undergraduate School of Law, Madame Rebecca Gomez, who will be representing the Dean School of Law. You're welcome, Madame Gomez.
Right, good morning to our guests. Thank you for making the time, for honoring our invitation. I'm going to try and keep this brief. My task this morning is a simple one. I've been asked to speak about demystifying the legal profession and exploring alternative career paths for law students. I feel like it's a very timely topic. As you know, LDC has kind of thrown a spanner in the works, in the sense that they're looking at CGPAs. Not all of us are intellectually gifted, and they also have a first come, first serve. So essentially that means not all of us might be lucky to make it in for the first round. Nonetheless, there's many things that we can do if we choose not to practice, or should we be lucky enough not to make it to LDC at the first round. I know that many times, for many of us, when we are joining law school, our brains are full of images of courtrooms, lawyers in suits, arguing passionately, pursuit of justice. Usually pre-entries, you tell us you want to study law because it's a passion. And then you come to law school, and sometimes the passion is passioning you. But when you graduate, of course, we all want to pursue legal practice, so we look at LDC, but if that does not come through, there's other things that you can do. I'll start off with where I am. You can decide to join academia. You pursue your master's, you pursue your PhD, We have wonderful people up here, like I always forever will refer to Professor Kakoza because he's one of those people who I look to. His shoes are gigantic and I'm so eager to feel them. So Professor Kakoza has a doctorate. Did you hear the title? Professor. That should already tell you. And he's in academia and he's done so well. He's published books. Professor, allow me to just brag as if I'm you. He's with WIPO, that is World Intellectual Property Organization. Do you know how mighty that is? So you can follow his footsteps like the rest of us. You can join practice. Our other guests today are all partners in mighty law firms. You have a partner from KK Advocates. So these are all aspects that you can look into. Do your master's, do your PhD. You can join the academia, like I was saying. You can think of arbitration. It's not just about litigation. Those of you who are doing ADR, you've been exposed to mediation, you've been exposed to arbitration, all these things that you can look at as alternative careers. You can also think about legal technology. It's an area that I'm passionate about, and technology is quickly becoming the thing, if I can say that. It used to be oil and gas, but tech is quickly catching up and might even take over. So you might also consider doing pursuing a career, in legal technology. There's consultancy and policy analysis. Many law graduates find rewarding careers in consulting firms and think tanks, providing insights into legal frameworks that affects businesses and governments. You can also pursue public interest law. That's if you're passionate about social justice. Specifically for those of us who have taken on CLEs, at least we give you a feel of what that might be like. If you're passionate about social justice, you can work with non-profit organizations. We have legal aid societies, organizations like Foundation for Human Rights Initiative. You've heard of those, right? So what I'm saying in these 5 minutes, and I'm keeping it 5 minutes because we're supposed to end at a certain time, even that we started late, right? What I'm saying in these 5 minutes is that the courtroom is not the beginning and the end. You can still flourish outside of the courtroom. You can decide to join the courtroom much later, but it doesn't mean you're going to waste that degree that you have. You can even do business. You can join politics. We have many politicians who, for example, Joel Sanyonyi, they studied mass communication, joined politics, and now had to come back, study the law, do LDC and whatnot, right? So there's a lot of things that you can do with your law degree aside from practice. I'm not saying do not practice. I'm just saying it is not the end should you not make it. I've tried to keep this really 5 minutes, Mr. President. Like I said I would. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Enjoy your day.
Let's appreciate Madam Gomez for her speech. Thank you so much, Madam Gomez and His Excellency, for that wonderful speech that you're going to us. Madam Gomez, you had a task to welcome the representative from the Vice Chancellor's office, and you're in that capacity to do so. So I would love to invite you to come and welcome the representative of the Vice Chancellor's office to come and officiate this occasion. Thank you.
Apologies for that. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the representative from the Vice Chancellor's office. Is it Mr. Wanampuko? Yes. The way he's looking at me like, really? You see, when you sit up there on plot 1, us in downtown, we are not too sure what's happening. Nonetheless, please, let's welcome him with a yes, thank you. Sam?
Good morning. So in case you are wondering, who is this gate crusher? I'm the one. And mark you, I'm walking in prophecy. So in a few years' time, You never know. Okay? Yeah. So, praise the Lord. I hope you're well, and I hope I'll sound like the Vice Chancellor. Okay? All right. Our invited guests and speakers. The Dean School of Law are being represented by Rebecca Gomez, the patron, Uganda Christian University Law Society, the president, Uganda Christian University Law Society, Mr. Khalid, and your cabinet, and entire School of Law students, Uganda Christian University. I gladly welcome you. My name is Samson Wanambuko, and I'm doing the honors of representing the Vice Chancellor as far as this symposium is concerned. And at the end of the speech, I will officially declare the symposium as opened. But before that, in a special way, allow me to warmly welcome Professor Anthony Kakoza. Some of you may have heard this in passing, but Professor Anthony Kakoza is a close associate. Not only just a close associate, but he is a former dean of School of Law and also lecturer. Actually, right now he serves as the lecturer at School of Law, okay? And while here as the dean, his achievements are remarkable. However, today is not the day to speak about his achievements. Professor, we gladly welcome you. In a special way, allow me to welcome Council Michael Mafabi, right? Yes. Council Mafabi is an alumnus of this great institution. I'm yet to know which year exactly, but this means something to us, okay? Knowing that you can soar to those great heights and you're willing to come back and give to this mighty institution, maybe not as a teacher or as a lecturer, but even in this symposium, means a lot. Okay, thank you so much. Michael's specialty is in alternative dispute resolution, right? Thank you. So Michael, we gladly welcome you. Okay. Our third guest speaker is Council Aboneka, right? Not Aboneka. Sorry? Festus? Let me get the name correct. Just a moment. Okay, Festus. Pardon me. Festus is on the way. Festus is on the way? So who is with us? Council Idut? All right, I got that right. It's Idut. Okay, Idut from the east? Good, at least I've gotten that right, so I'm gladly. Perfect. So, Council Idut from KAA Advocates. Okay. His specialty is IP media and telecommunications. Okay. Council Idut, we warmly welcome you. Okay. And you can look at what they represent. Corporate, none of them, I think, okay, not to despise the other subjects, but what the kind of specialty that they deal in, trust me, this is divine, and this was very timely that they got to accept our invitation, and they're here to impact us. So, gentlemen, we know you're very busy people, and we don't take for granted that you've taken off your time to come and impact our dear students. With that, I want to say thank you so much for taking off time to come and speak to our students. This year marks exactly 26 years since the School of Law was established. First, it was established as Faculty of Law. Now it is School of Law. It was established in 1998. So this year marks 26 years. And over the course of 26 years, we've seen nothing but the evidence of success and evidence of excellence. Okay? And as management of Uganda Christian University, we are not about to let our guards down. Okay? And that's why we take such measures, okay, including symposium, moods, recruit various TIC and excellent professionals to impact our students. Okay? This doesn't need really to be mentioned, but you know that out there, the kind of name School of Law UC is associated with. We churn out excellent students, and we are not about to stop. Okay? So in regards to this particular symposium, the fact that we've existed for 26 years and we've achieved this kind of excellence, the timing of this symposium is very important. And two other things that I would also consider timely as far as the symposium is concerned. Okay? One is what happens after School of Law. As management, we are aware of the opposing challenges as far as numbers is concerned. 14 universities have been licensed or found out to be eligible to teach law in Uganda. That comes with increased numbers of expected lawyers as far as Uganda is concerned. Okay? We all know or are aware of what is happening now at Law Development Center because of the numbers. Okay? But amidst these challenges, I would like to encourage our students that these challenges should not spell doom. And even if they spell doom, we should rise above doom. And one of ways of how we can rise above doom is through strategic thinking, strategic planning, okay, and strategic and key informants impacting on our students. And I believe this symposium, and among others, that will happen from time to time, will help our students to rise above some of these challenges. As you notice, much as we speak about excellence, as far as academics and professionalism is concerned of our students, we also want to exude excellence as far as infrastructure of this university is concerned. Hence, as management, we rolled out the transformative initiative of our campuses. And one of the beneficiaries, as far as this initiative is concerned, is the School of Law. I don't need to speak about the transformation that is happening as far as our infrastructure of School of Law is concerned. Do I have to say anything on that? No, okay? So we recognize that the School of Law is, if not the heartbeat, one of the heartbeats of this particular university. If the School of Law sneezes, as management, we don't sleep, okay? So by all costs, we are intent on ensuring that we do not just keep on soaring as far as professionalism and academics is concerned, but the infrastructure of School of Law should reflect that as well. I want to take this moment to appreciate the Dean, School of Law, and the President, School of Law, Uganda Law Society, and his cabinet for the wonderful job so far done. Mr. President, you may think that we do not recognize your works, but we are aware. We have ears on the ground, and we know what's happening, okay? All these that you've mentioned, the achievements, we're aware about that, okay? Yeah, so thank you. Thank you. I know you do not do this alone, but you do it as a team. So we want to recognize that and appreciate you with your cabinet. Thank you so much. Okay. So finally, allow me to do the honors of declaring this symposium as officially opened. And I wish you fantastic and wonderful deliberations. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The symposium is officially open. I thank you all for joining us. I am back. So we shall now be proceeding to the essence of why we're all here. Our guest speakers, commendable people, established people, the very best in their field, individuals from whom we have the very most to learn from. I'm very excited. I don't know about the rest of you. I'm sure you are. The numbers are huge. Very, very excited to transition into this next session. So how we're going to conduct this session is that we're going to have an interview model. As you can see, we have 2 seats set up. So we shall have an interviewer and we shall have the interviewee, each of the guest speakers, so that we can get the most out of this situation. So to interview these individuals, we have a dynamic group of law students. I would say some of the very best that we have in this institution, but that's just me being biased. It's kind of true though. Very extra individuals, so to speak. And I will just be calling on each of them as the time comes to interview. Yes, so to start us off today, ladies and gentlemen, interviewing our first guest speaker, we have Mr. Remy Wahanze. Mr. Remy Wahanze, yes, you can clap. Yes. I'll go on to give you Remy's very, very, very extra profile. Please feel free to sit through the next 10 minutes. We might be here for some time. So yes, Remy Wahanze is a versatile professional with a diverse background spanning law, finance, and technology. He is currently pursuing a Bachelor's of Laws degree and is currently pursuing his accreditation from the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, the SCCA. I know, right? They always say we're not good at math. We kind of aren't, but there's always that one outlier. So yes, Remy possesses a robust foundation in both legal and finance domains. Additionally, he has augmented his expertise as an associate of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, specializing in alternative dispute resolution. He is also the co-head of the finance desk at JEPA Africa, an advisory and private capital firm led by young East Africans. Remy contributes thought leadership and insights to the evolving landscape of law, finance, and technology, cementing his reputation as a forward-thinking professional, driving positive change in the African ecosystem. Remy, I know I'm not yet done. Remy is also the Law Society spokesperson. So yes, as you can see, both outside and inside this institution, he is a very, very, very extra person. I do not know how we get the time to do it all, but apparently it's not just 24 hours in a day. So we shall be proceeding to the interview. Remy will go ahead and call on to whoever he is interviewing, and we shall proceed. Also, please, as this is going on, prepare your questions, listen intently, and it will be a very, very interesting session, I can guarantee. Yes, so to take us through, Remy Wahanze, please proceed.
Very good morning to us all. Distinguished guests, the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Ms. Rebecca Gomez, representative of the School of Law, Mr. Andrew Nyombi, the patron of the Law Society, the President of the Law Society, and the Executive Committee, I say good morning to you. As I have earlier been introduced, I'll be taking the honor of interviewing Mr. Michael Mafabi, who in our earlier engagement mentioned that this is perhaps a homecoming for him. It's an incredible task that I've been given, and I'll read his illustrious profile as he finds his way to the interview panel. So, Michael Mafabi is an alumnus of Uganda Christian University, where he completed his undergraduate degree between 2002 and 2006. I believe a good number of people in this room were not born in 2002. Fossils, of course, especially in the law school. He holds an LLM, Master of Laws, in International Arbitration, Commercial and Investment, from the prestigious Queen Mary University of London. Queen Mary University of London is a Russell Group university. If you know the Russell Group University, you know that's the creme de la creme of universities in the world and in the United Kingdom. Mr. Michael Mafabi is also an advocate of the High Court of Uganda, having attained a postgraduate diploma in law from the Law Development Center. As a dispute resolutions lawyer or partner at SNL Advocates, which is DLA Piper. DLA Piper is an international law firm which has a Ugandan office, and that is SNL. You'd probably just do some Googling and find out that the person we have here is no mean fit. So Michael represents corporate, state entity, clients and foreign investors in major disputes arising out of banking and financial services, commercial contracts, insurance, construction, negligence and product liability, transport, real estate, regulatory affairs, public procurement, international trade and investment. Michael has acted for clients in high-value matters in the East African Court of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Court of Appeal of Uganda. Michael's dispute practice and experience extends to international arbitration under both domestic and international arbitration frameworks, including the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, which is the UNCIN trial, the London Court of International Arbitration, and the International Center for the Settlement of Investment Disputes. Mr. Michael Mafabi, you're very most welcome. Good morning once again. Michael, it's a great pleasure having you here today. I don't know how you feel, but probably could tell us how you feel. You mentioned that this is your first formal homecoming. How does it feel?
Yeah, good morning to everybody. And many thanks to Remy for that kind introduction. I feel good. I feel quite comfortable. While I was coming in, I could notice a lot of changes for which I'm very proud. I'm a very proud alumni of this great institution. I must say, for all of you seated in this room, you are in the right place. So yeah, I feel good, and I'm happy to
hear that
conversation.
So I'm just going to go right into the entire conversation. I just want to know, how did you get up? How did you end up in law school? Could you just give us sort of like brief overview of how you made the decision to even get into law school? How did that work out for you? And at a time where Uganda Christian University was not that known in law, you made the decision to come to UCU. So how are your formative years as you came to university? And you probably just give us an experience of your university experience, how that went, how did you find the law school then? How easy was it to type coursework? Because I can assure you by then probably a few computers and all those things. But maybe you'd give us that perspective.
Yeah, thanks, Remy. I think as they said, I am of I think the year of 2002 and 2006. That's a long time, and indeed, I suppose some of you were either in your formative years or in primary school. But my grandfather, both paternal and maternal, had something to do with law. My paternal grandfather was a judge in the Eastern District, which was called Bugisu District at the time. And the central governments were split into categories where they were led by judges. So in the old days, he was called a judge. I never got to meet him, but I read about him quite a bit. And I was quite inspired by the work that he did. And unfortunately for him, none of his children followed in his footsteps. My father did not follow in those footsteps. My father was a farmer, actually. My maternal grandfather was a barrister. He trained in the UK and eventually chose to come back and work in Uganda. And I recall in the old days while we were growing up, he was referred to as a magistrate. And then he quickly became a registrar before he retired into practicing law in his own chambers. I spent quite a bit of time with my maternal grandfather during, especially the breaks from school. He had a farm, and every time we got breaks, I would go to that farm and spend quite a bit of time with him. And then, of course, he had, during the week, work to do in chambers, and I would tag along with him, carrying his books sometimes and carrying his bags, going to the town to work. And I would spend a lot of time at chambers. At that time, he had already retired into practice. So I interacted a lot during that time with law and the practice of law and what it meant to be a lawyer. And that, in many ways, inspired me. I recall a number of times he used to carry me along to court because he was what they call a litigator. He was a litigation lawyer. In the old days, the practice of law was about the courtroom. If you say you're in practice, it meant that you are either working in chambers. By chambers I mean a law firm. And it also meant that you are a court-going lawyer in the old days. And if you weren't a court-going lawyer in the old days, then as some people regarded it wrongfully at the time, then it meant that you are not a lawyer at all. So my formative years in coming all the way to university were inspired by my maternal grandfather because of the time I spent with him. And I got to learn quite a number of things from him just by seeing what he did. So it became a little bit easy for me making a decision. And I guess, as they say, sometimes the DNA, my paternal grandfather was a judge. So I think, when I think about it in hindsight, maybe the DNA from my grandfather found me. And it found me at the appropriate time, at a time when I was spending a lot of time with somebody who was practicing law. They say that, the law of attraction, some things come together when you're in the right place at the right time and where the opportunity finds you. So I suppose when I think about it, that is what happened in my case. And of course, while at university, I was very intentional. We used to have, I think it still happens now, we used to have long breaks, sometimes 3 to 4 months between semesters, because there were only 2 semesters. And I got opportunity to work with people who gave me opportunity to work with them, either as an intern or as a mail runner I remember that I was a mail runner in a law firm for quite some time, on 2 occasions, I think, in my first year of second semester finishing, and then in my second year going into third year, I was a mail runner in that law firm. So again, the opportunity resurfaced for me, and I found myself working in chambers in a law firm as a mail runner, not directly doing legal work, because I don't think I could at the time, but just dealing with a lot of things associated with the work of lawyers. So that guided me on to pursuing and, of course, completing my bachelor's here, and eventually proceeding to do the LDC immediately after. And then, again, I got opportunity to work in the same law firm at which I worked as a mail runner. Eventually, I crossed into the law firm where I am now. I'm with a law firm called S&L Advocates. It's formerly Sebalu and Lule Advocates. It was a law firm established in 1980 with 2 great gentlemen, one of whom rested in peace, Mr. Sebalu, and then Mr. Lule, who's still alive today, but is now more or less retired. So that firm was my dream firm. And I remember that before I joined the law firm, the law firm at the time was located at the East African Development Bank building in just opposite Bank of Uganda. Many of you might know. And for some reason, whenever I was finding my way to court at the earlier law firm where I worked, I would walk along that road, the East African Development Bank. I think it was Nile Avenue as you walk past the East African Development Bank. And every time I walked past there, and I told this story, I think, when I was getting married, I told this story, I would sort of say a prayer in my heart and say, wow, I want to join that law firm. And it happened many times when I walked past that farm. And as it were, they said history, as it were, an opportunity in this farm where I now work came. And I applied for the position. And I got the position as a junior associate at the time.
Congratulations.
And then grew within the law firm into the ranks, and I am now a partner at the law firm in charge of our arbitration practice, or ADR practice at the firm. So that's sort of how it formed up, how it shaped up, just thinking about it and looking back in history.
Thank you. I think that was brilliant. I think you mentioned something that was really, really important, and that was it being your dream firm. For those who know Sebalu and Lule, you probably know the founders, Paulo Sebalu, the late, and Godfrey Lule, who was former Attorney General, and is now still very active in the law society activities, attends the symposiums and gives guidance, and that's exactly the excellence that you're seeing here. I always joke with my friend Edgar here. That's his dream farm as well. So Edgar here, and a couple of people who were actually in this room much earlier when we were talking about the expectations, they still want to get into SNL. So I want you to walk us through, law school experience. A person is looking out to be excellent in what they do. Did you by any chance have ADR as a unit during your time, or you did not study it as a unit? Because I have a follow-on question for that.
Sorry, Remy, did I at any one time?
Yes, because here at UCU currently, we are privileged, and I think we're the only law school in Uganda to have
alternative dispute resolution as a unit. Yeah? So I want to know maybe during your time, was it anything that you ever thought about? Or it wasn't, the practice was non-existent?
Well, at the time when I was here, we did not have a unit, a course unit or module as ADR. It wasn't there. We had, I think we studied some form of ADR whilst doing the course on civil procedure, which I think is done in 4th year. Very, very brief interaction with ADR, because at the time the teaching was about the rules, the civil procedure rules, and how they apply in terms of a typical, courtroom scenario. So we didn't have ADR as a unit, but I do recall that in terms even of, the civil procedure rules which you study in your 4th year, the idea of ADR is established under those rules. So I would say we glossed over and didn't go into the detail. And I recall, I think even at the LDC, there was no course unit for ADR. It wasn't there. So, yeah, I think I'll probably talk about how I now become, how I interact with ADR as we go along in the discussion.
Yeah, sure. That was my next question, actually. So it must take a very inquisitive, passionate student to look out for things that are not being taught to them. So I want to know how you sort of like get into ADR practice. Is it something you started doing immediately after school? Or if it's not what you started doing after school, how did you discover that? And then, yeah. Because personally, for example, I had initially thought the program would not be taught here at UCU. So what I did, someone tipped me and told me the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators provides courses. So I was passionate about the unit. I said, I want to do something in ADR. So I'm probably lucky because a couple of other students might not be able to do this. I was able to pay a very hefty sum, pounds, which I took in the training, yeah? But it was just introductory for an associate role, for an associate membership. But I loved the entire experience. So what I want to know is how you got into the practice and how you found it.
So, in my daily work, starting out in practice, I joined S&L as a litigation lawyer. I was a litigator. I am still a litigator right now. But I joined initially because the need at the time in the firm was that they wanted a lawyer to join the litigation team of the firm. So my first interaction with ADR was whilst I was a litigator in practice. I was already in practice. I did not get the opportunity for anyone to hold my hand before I joined practice to guide me into the area of ADR. And even at the time when I was studying, like yourselves, the idea of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, for example, was unheard of. It was unheard of. We began hearing about the Chartered Institute, at least from this jurisdiction, probably post-2012, when ADR had now been rooted firmly within the judicial system of Uganda. So the way in which I interact with ADR in my practice is that a lot of the clients that we represent in the firm are business clients. They are what they call corporate clients. And these clients, as you will find out when you come into the field, whether as a practitioner or in some other capacity, these clients are solution-driven. So they look out for lawyers or other support infrastructure within the business who are solution driven. So as an advisor of a corporate company, what the company is looking for when they instruct you to represent them in a case, as I said, I was a litigator at the time, is how best can you help us resolve this conflict or this dispute as quickly as possible in a cost-efficient manner whereby we can still maintain relations with the adversary. So as a litigator, those scenarios kept recurring. They kept recurring. They kept recurring. And it became clear to me that I needed to become a solution-driven lawyer. And I wished that at the time that while I was in law school, somebody had talked to me about it. That the reality in the field, the reality in practice, is not so much that you are going to be a litigation lawyer and win and fight and do all of that stuff. The value, the real value from a legal advisor comes from being a solution-driven advisor. And I quickly discovered that, representing these clients, especially business clients, and that is how I begin to embrace the idea of ADR. In particular, arbitration. In addition to arbitration, the other mechanisms for conflict resolution, dispute resolution, which remain very, very relevant. So, to answer your question quickly, Remy, is that I begin to interact with ADR while I am already in practice as a litigator. And that's how I pick it up.
Wow, pretty exciting. I think one of the points you mentioned is about being a solution-driven lawyer. And that's one thing we have to drill down our minds as law students, and I think it's very important that you've mentioned it. We need to be able to look at situations and analyze them. The president said earlier on that we are engineers, social engineers. So we must be able to find solutions to problems as much as the doctors do find solutions to diseases. And now I want to take you to the aspect of now the tools as an arbitration lawyer, the tools that you took forward, because we've seen that you did an LLM. So we want to understand the advice that you'd give an individual who's passionate about ADR and they want to go straight into, practicing that. And the other thing that would probably be important to comment about is the issue of now that we are having challenges with the Law Development Center, there are people who could be innovative enough, probably go into dispute resolution. Do you think there are alternative channels through which a person can get into the practice? And secondly, you'd probably just take us through your experience or what it took for you, say for example, to get the tools. Because I reckon that even after you got into litigation, it became, you're saying, okay, now we need to do ADR, but ADR you needed skills. So now that now brought the LLM into the picture. So for the student out there who's passionate about this field and they're interested, you tell them to go immediately or do something before. And then also for the student who might find a challenge finding themselves at the Law Development Center in the near future, how do they be able to navigate that?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting question. So I think let me say this first to all of you. The lawyer of 20 years ago in practice is just about to be extinct because of how dynamic the world of business has become. Not just business, but the world of conflicts. And sitting here as a dispute resolution lawyer, I have seen that it now has become more apparent that what a client is looking for, and you need to know this early on, is not necessarily a guy who is going to take off his gloves and begin a fight in a ring. Clients are now more focused on relationships because these relationships keep on going. They are recurring. Clients are more interested in not burning bridges. So today's lawyer has to come with that approach. And that brings me to one other aspect with regard to what we call specialization in a particular area of law. I think it's a good idea to begin to think about that now rather than later. And there are many ways that you can do that. I often sit as counsel representing clients in arbitration. But oftentimes I also sit as an arbitrator. So I sit as a judge, a private judge, as an arbitrator. And I have the benefit of seeing both worlds and how certain things can be done right. So specialization is one tool that you can begin to think about. Of course, when you're a first-year law student, it may not be possible to have the full view of what sort of area somebody wants to specialize in. If it's arbitration, for example, maybe one has not had the benefit of interacting with arbitration or knowing, understanding what the principles of arbitration are. But I tend to think, in my view, that when you get to the third year, into the fourth year, you sort of begin to get an idea. And in the world of social media and technology today, a lot of information is out there, including what is happening in the field in terms of how disputes are being resolved. So what I would say is that, one, you need to excel in academics. You need to excel because the world of employment, or self-employment, as it were, makes some considerations as to how somebody has fared getting to where they are academically. And I'm seeing that a lot in practice, that a lot of law firms now are looking at academic background. So it is important that, one focuses on that as well and never lose sight of that, even as you decide on what areas to specialize in. I think talking about arbitration specifically, there are many routes now going into arbitration. One, you may get the opportunity to work with an arbitration lawyer, assuming that you came to work with us in the firm. And I held your hand and went with you for hearings before arbitrators. Or you sat with me as a tribunal secretary or as an understudy in an arbitration. There are ways in which you begin to interact with that field and therefore are able to decide whether that's the kind of work that you want to do. I think for me, how that graduated into thinking about specialization and doing an LLM is, as I said, I quickly noticed that ADR is now part and parcel of many corporate policies. Many clients in their agreements, business agreements, are agreeing to ADR. They are agreeing to mediation. They are agreeing to conciliation. They are agreeing to arbitration as mechanisms of dispute resolution outside of the traditional courtroom resolution of disputes. And there are many reasons, and I think you learn those in your theory, about why a client prefers to go for mediation rather than litigation, or arbitration rather than litigation. So once I established that, I noticed that there was a gray area. The gray area was the lack of knowledge and skill among many, many practicing lawyers at the time. Things are now better, but at the time, there was a significant void in knowledge. And of course, going to Queen Mary in London was an easy choice because London is sort of the center of most of the arbitrations that happen in the world. So it became very easy for me to decide to go to London and, apply, run through the application process. Incidentally, my professional recommendation was written by Professor Kakoza, for which I'm very grateful. So, just thinking about it as you decide, you need to think about the emerging areas, the areas for, specialization. I know that, for example, in dispute resolution, one of the emerging areas, critical emerging areas, is construction and infrastructure. I see a lot of it going on here. Who are the people constructing these facilities? What sort of contracts do they have with UCU? And how can one position themselves that they are the trusted advisor in respect of those contracts? So a lot of the construction disputes are not going to litigation. They are not. All of them are going to arbitration and mediation. So the idea of the old folk lawyer who used to go to court for everything is quickly dissipating. And therefore, I think in terms of just thinking around it and equipping yourselves with what to specialize in, the time is now rather than later, I should say.
Wow, absolutely brilliant. I think one of the things you mentioned, which was about construction law, I raised this particular issue with the president to reach out to the faculty and plead with them to bring it as a unit here. We are hoping that it will be a unit in fourth year as an elective soon. But I'm not going to transition because our time is fast spent to questions from the audience. But as the interviewer today, I'm going to only take 2 questions, one of which I will ask. We'll talk about the legality of that declaration later. But the first question that I want to ask you, and after answering this question, you will transition to the audience, is that could you probably discuss to us a technically challenging project you've worked on in ADR and how you navigated that? I know you're supposed not to disclose certain things, so you could probably say party A and party B and how that went down, which is one of those projects you felt was really, really life-changing. It probably took your sleep away. The money at stake was insane, like maybe $100 or $500 million or something like that. And could you just run us through how that went, if you, in whatever way you'd want to put it?
I think there are quite a number, but just to single out one, which is quite recent, between 2019 and the better part of last year, was an arbitration, a big commercial arbitration which concerned a dispute about a solar power plant. That was a significant dispute because it involved a foreign party investing into a Ugandan local entity. And there were quite large sums of money. Forgive me, I will not mention, but it was a huge investment where the foreign company was sort of buying into a solar power project, which is just close, just around Mpigi area. And it was just interesting to see the kind of money, the kind of capital that flows from foreigners into Uganda, and the opportunities that are immensely available for Ugandans, including we lawyers, to tap into that kind of project. The project unfortunately didn't work out, and it graduated into a dispute, a huge dispute between the parties, which was resolved outside of Uganda, but it had very many Ugandan law aspects involved in the dispute. So the case needed a Ugandan lawyer on it, even if it was being handled in a foreign country and had some foreign lawyers involved. So just being part of the team of those lawyers itself was a great opportunity, but at the same time quite intimidating as well, because the numbers are just too big, the stakes are so high, and the dispute is really complex. The interaction between the issues in Uganda, Ugandan law issues, with foreign law issues, and being able to break them down into little pieces to be understood by somebody who's deciding the dispute. So that case gave me some sleepless nights because it involved quite a number of long hours of work and many odd hours of interaction between, foreign lawyers and local lawyers. So you had to be available at any time you were needed. So eventually, of course, we were able to navigate through it quite successfully at that point. And yeah, it's one of those cases that's really huge and is, gave an opportunity to some of us to be part of, among many other matters. Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. So I'm going to yes, Divan. I'm going to let Divan ask the singular question, and then we shall then close this particular interview. If you have any other questions, they'll be written down and they will be done at the end. By the way, one thing I didn't mention is that we have artists at the back of this room, and whatever deliberations are being had here, they're coming up with something like design, some kind of art thing that's going to encapsulate everything in summary. So Divan, please ask your question. Kathy is at the back there. Kathy, we are very happy to have you. People from the Faculty of Design. They're doing some really, really good work. Divan, let's have it.
So, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My question goes to you, Mr. Mafabi. It's on. Mr. Mafabi, I know about ADR, and in your elaborate explanation to us and to Remy, you've told, I've just learned that ADR is only applicable to civil law. I've personally interned with the ODPP, and in my first 2 weeks there, I used to advise the state attorney that it would be better we settle this matter in terms of arbitration or anything like ADR. But she simply told me this law is not yet applicable to the criminal justice system. So, me as a passionate scholar of criminal law, how can I be a solution-driven lawyer in terms of criminal litigation?
You're clever?
It's called Divan.
Ivan, I think what you did is a good thing in your interaction with the state attorney who was supervising you in the proposals that you made in terms of considering ADR. Now, my view is that ADR is not necessarily a creature of civil law. I think there are many ways in which ADR, alternative dispute resolution, manifests itself. Even in criminal law, we're hearing about plea bargains, for example, in criminal law, and compromises and agreements between, complainants and accused persons. Of course, there are some exceptions, certainly. If an offense is so serious and intentional that a plea bargain can't apply, that will not work. But I tend to think that it applies all across. I think recently the tax law, Festus will talk about it later. I think there's a whole ADR mechanism now in tax. So I think we are moving away from what used to be ADR in contracts between parties, civil contracts, commercial contracts between parties, to seeing ADR in other areas of law, other fields of law. And of course, not everything will come as quickly as we desire it to be, but it is happening. It is happening. And I think that even in criminal matters, which are governed by statute, there is scope now, there is scope for people to negotiate out of the criminal justice system. There is scope now, and the judges are encouraging it, of reconciliation. You remember the case of the shooting at the Lugogo Mall? The gentleman who eventually ended up serving 5 years for a manslaughter offense, which is supposed to be more years. And of course, the charges which were dropped against some of the people who were present and alleged to be accomplices. That was a result of ADR in the form of reconciliation amongst families, amongst parents. So I think for me, in terms of being a solution-driven lawyer, it doesn't stop you from proposing ADR or some way of resolving a matter, even if it's criminal.
Sir, I'm looking at a situation where a client is before me and the matter has already reached the office of the state attorney. Now, me as a defense attorney, I want to get into that arrangement with the state attorney. But the state attorney is telling me we cannot reach this arrangement because we don't have any applicable law. So the matter must proceed to court, and my client will have to first plead guilty, and we shall have a plea bargain. So either way, they may give him a punishment that is going to be detrimental to me, but the state will have won. So I want to have ADR as a win-win situation. Both of us are going to benefit. The state is going to benefit. I'm also going to benefit. So I'm just kindly requesting that to have an explanation that we are going to have ADR before the matter proceeds to the judiciary.
So in some cases, it's impossible to have ADR at commencement, at the beginning of a case, before it goes to court. In some cases, it's just impossible because it's not supported by a particular legal framework, okay? But now we have what has been established as, in Uganda at least, as the national ADR policy, we now have a national ADR policy. When a policy is commenced by government, you know that at any time a law is going to come arising out of that policy. So what we are seeing, I think, for example, in the criminal side of things, the only thing we see is areas around reconciliation. You'll be lucky if the state is cooperating and the complainant is a lot of this is driven by the complainants. And therefore, if you don't have cooperation from them, not necessarily the state attorney, then it becomes difficult. It becomes difficult. So one way maybe people do it, I see it in court a lot, is lawyers requesting the judge. You make a request to the judge to avail an opportunity for ADR. And judges are open to these ideas. So I think that's the solution that I would propose, for example, in your case where you are championing ADR, that whenever you have a case in future, if the law is not yet in place, to sort of reach out before the decision maker and say, we want to explore ADR.
Thank you very much, Divan, for that enlightenment. Thank you so much, Mr. Mafabi. We're truly grateful for that. And to his commendation, Dr. Kakoza has actually written, there's a very good paper on ADR that we all reference whenever we're in law school, you know. And when you spoke about him recommending you, I was just nodding my head. Saying, that paper has been very, very helpful, and we're truly grateful since you're going to be the next speaker. I want to appreciate you, Mr. Mafabi, for spending this time with me. We look forward to having more conversations on behalf of the Law Society and that the law school is here, Madam Claire, Ms. Gomez, and Mr. Nyombi. Further conversations on how we can bridge the gap between the law school and the students. And we hope that this will not be the only day you will come. We hope that you keep coming whenever we knock. And we hope to even partner with the law firm SNL Advocates in the future. We truly appreciate that. We are very grateful for spending your time. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This has been our first session, hosted by Mr. Remy Wahanze. Mr. Mafabi, we are exceptionally grateful for your time and your efforts. We are very grateful. There's something to be said about family history playing a role in you joining the law. I know I joined the law because I said I wanted to help the needy. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the needy. So proceeding forward, we shall be having our next session hosted by another commendable law student. I would advise you guys, if you have any questions, please write them down and you can just maybe send them over to this side of the room. Yes, so we'll be doing a first come, first serve basis. Yes, so the next session shall be hosted by another commendable law student, Mr. Davis Mujisha Asimwe. You can just give him a round of applause. No need to be stingy. So Davis, as he makes his way to the podium, Davis served as the Deputy Attorney General for the 25th Guild Government. He also served as the President of the Rotary Club of UCU Mukono. Davis has also served as the General Secretary of Honors College. Those of us that know Honors College know that it is for the, I would say, the most honorable of us, those of us that maintain a 4.0 GPA. I do not know how, but yes, exceptional student. Davis has also been the first runner-up at the Inter-University Quiz competition. He has also been part of the team that came as the first runner-up for the Philip C. Jessup Moot competition of 2023. I believe we were still in our second year. Yeah, we were still in our second year. Davis has also been part of the team that came as the first runners-up for the CTDRU Data Policy Moot competition. He has also served as the legal advisor for the Google Developers Students Club. You can see he's a very diverse man, exceptionally multifaceted. He has also, with a few colleagues of his, set out to talk about and share insights on data and share insights and advice on AI under the Center for AI and Ethics and Governance in Africa. Kaiga. Davis, for those of us not know him, can attest to this. He loves to read about war and history, especially of Africa. So to take us to the next session, please welcome Mr. Asimwe Davis Mujisha.
Thank you very much, Danita, for that introduction. All protocol observed. A good morning to you all. Yes, first and foremost, I would love to express how excited I am for this day, specifically because there is not a single person among the speakers that I would not have personally wanted to interview. Alas, I can only interview one. Yes, and the two special ones that stand out mostly to me, Mr. Augustine, who was the judge in the final of the data privacy moot, who encouraged me even after taking an L from Makerere to keep reading the subject, and here we are today, cyber, and we are preparing for the same, and Professor Kakoza, who I'm having the honor of interviewing today. And so, Professor Kakoza is somewhat of a miracle. I say a miracle because a lot of things about him you're about to learn today cannot be explained easily. So whenever you're in law school, at the beginning, we're encouraged, those of you who have had a chance to listen to Madame Gomez, and those of us who listen to the president of the Law Society, every year, they usually give a briefing. You go to LinkedIn, and on LinkedIn you read some profiles. Some are exceptional, some are scary. So one of the scary ones is the one I'm about to share. So what stands out for me most is the fact that the gentleman I'm about to interview is a smarkist. So I'm also from St. Mary's College, Kisubi, and the Brothers of Christian Instruction, I'm sure, must be proud of the product that is Professor Kakoza. This gentleman was at Makerere University between 1996 and 2000 for his Bachelor of Laws. Then he went to the University of Warwick to do his LLM, International Economic Law and International Business Law, and he majored in Intellectual Property Law. After that, this gentleman pursued his JSD in Intellectual Property and IT Law at the University of Illinois, Urbana, and you will instantly notice that this is an academic. However, this gentleman is also a partner at one of the leading law firms in this country, that is Bencha Kihika, another law firm that is also dear to me because the founding partners, as you might expect, are both smarkists as well. And so it is outstanding to note that the gentleman before us is the godfather of IP. Remy and Mr. Mafabi have discussed how the lawyer of old is slowly but surely exiting the room, and the lawyer that is going to handle matters before they enter courtrooms is now alive. You'll be happy to note that in a generation where I expect most people to have paid attention to litigation, which he did, he also had the foresight to note that intellectual property was fast upcoming in the country. At a time when Mr. Katende was producing plays at Theatre La Bonita, at a time when Cipla Quality Chemicals and Musa Bode were the most outstanding indigenous labels, someone was thinking about the future of the intellectual property in this country. And that person is none other than Professor Kakoza. You have to note, yes, please forgive me if it seems like it's long, I must do my duty. Yes, so he's formerly the dean at Uganda Christian University. That was between 2014 and 2018. So you must note that, for example, for me, some of us who were inspired to come here, it was because of the work he was doing during that time. In addition, He's a visiting professor in the Czech Republic. You forgive me, I cannot pronounce the name of the university. It's a bit difficult. And Cornell Law School in the United States, where he teaches intellectual property in traditional knowledge and folklore. Because I love Africa, and I hope we all love Africa in here, we shall have to talk about IP for Africans and the knowledge that most of us seem to have forgotten. Professor Kakoza is an advocate of the High Court, obviously. He is an accredited arbitrator. Yes? And also, he handles disputes as a mediator, intellectual property, with the World Intellectual Property Organization. And so, you will notice the vastness of his practice. You will notice the vastness of his experience. We're talking about someone who has taught and practiced IP since 2005. A good number of the people in year one were just being born at that time. So your age is equal to his practice. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Professor Anthony Kakoza. Yes, Professor Kakoza, I'm extremely excited. I hope I'll be able to contain it and ask the proper questions. Yes, so to begin with, does the training under the Brothers of Christian Instruction have an impact on what we finally see as Professor Kakoza and who we see in law school and who we see in practice? On that as well, we must note that the background of a child is essentially one of the most important things contributing to their growth. I am interested in a gentleman, a late gentleman called Professor Joseph Kakoza, who also was a smarkist, who was the first Ugandan to go to Harvard, and who was the first principal or head of department of law when the department had just begun at Makerere in 1968. Growing up in his household, how does it mold and shape you in addition to St. Mary's?
Thank you very much, Mr. Simwe. Good morning. First of all, I thank the Law Society and I thank UCU family generally for giving me this opportunity to come and speak to you. I always have a passion for such things and mentorship and such opportunities, and grabbing them is becoming more and more of a rarity, so I thank you for this opportunity. And before I get into the question, I'd also like to say that you should probably think about a gender bias in the people that you invite, not without discrediting my colleagues, but at least having some ladies next time that you have invitees on these matters. Your question is very candid and a very important question. Our early years, as my colleague, even Michael, mentioned at the beginning, are very foundational in who we become. As you've said, my father, the late Professor Joseph Kakoza, was a person of very many fasts. Being the first professor of law in Uganda, being the first Ugandan to study at Harvard Law, and then also being the one that started the first law school in Uganda at Makerere University, and being the first dean there, twice dean in many ways. When I chose to study law, I was barely 4 or 5 years old. And at that time, I did not even know that my father was a lawyer. What kind of motivated me to go in that direction is that I grew up with seeing many books around the household. And I started reading many of these books. Not that they were all law books, they were children's books as well and things of that nature. So I got a fascination of reading the books around me in the household. Then I had this discussion with my elder sister and asked her that with all this kind of reading and the passion for reading, what does one become when they grow up? And she told me, oh, you become a lawyer. So I said, okay, I'll become a lawyer. And then I was just about 5 years old. And gradually, as my mind develops, it's, well, hey, my dad is a lawyer. So that kind of guided me along the way. And the issue about Brothers of Christian Instruction at St. Mary's College, Kisubi, The main takeaway of that, and one of the general characteristics that we have as SMARCists, is humility. As you'd probably see with Mr. Simwe and myself, humility is a virtue. They call SMARCists gentlemen.
Yes.
And I take that into every aspect of my practice. I don't take people for granted. I don't take situations for granted. I give God glory in everything that I go through. And I know that humility, not as a strategist, but I know that humility opens doors for you. And that it has definitely done for me in many ways. So I saw humility in my father as well. Incidentally, he too was from St. Mary's College, Chisubi. I came with my son, Josiah. He's kind of a bit shy. Josiah, stand up so that everyone can see you. So he too had a brief stint in St. Mary's College, Kisubi, before moving to another place. He's now in his senior 3, but we've carried along that same lineage of our practice areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. So, we know that reading is important. Reading is so important, it inspired a 5-year-old to study law. Yes, I do not want to share what I was doing at 5. So we'll move to the next. And this is especially coming from a place of you picking up an idea, a concept that is relatively new in the country at the time, and that is intellectual property. So what was this lack? Was it aggressive reading and research? If so, what criteria was used? Is there anything in your law school, your experience in law school, that determined that, you know what, I'm going to specialize in IP?
Yeah, thank you. So throughout my years of the Bachelor of Laws, 1996 to 2000, intellectual property law was not taught as a course unit for many reasons. We did not have experts in the country. Even at the world stage, intellectual property was just developing at that time. So even when I went to the Law Development Center, the year 2000, we just had it as a very brief course unit, as a 1-week course unit. Even those that taught it did not give it ample satisfaction. So when I went for my master's at the University of Warwick in the UK, the first 2 terms were general knowledge, general courses that we're doing. And in the 3rd term, as you enter into doing the dissertation, we were asked to specialize and pick specific course units that we had an interest in towards the direction of our careers and what we'll do our dissertations in. And initially, my focus was on banking and finance. I had done those course units well at the University of Warwick in the first 2 terms, and I had this discussion with my father and told him that, okay, I'm going to do my dissertation in banking and finance and do some research on anti-money laundering. At that time, he happened to be the chairman of the Uganda Law Reform Commission, where they were working on study reports on the intellectual property legal systems in Uganda. And he advised me that, no, turn your focus to intellectual property. It's going to be the next big thing, and it will help you in many ways. So I diverted my attention, picked course units on intellectual property, specialized on those, and did my dissertation at the LLM on complexities and areas of intellectual property law in Uganda. When I came back in 2005, so that was the first person that really opened up my eyes to intellectual property. 2005, I get a call from a colleague of mine, Paul Asimwe. He had opened up practice in a law firm called CP Law Associates. And he invited me to join him. And he said that we are going to focus on only intellectual property practice in this law firm, so that we are the foundation of taking it ahead in Uganda. So I worked with Paul while also teaching here and there, including UCU, and taking from what my father had directed me into from 2005 until 2021, when I joined Biencha Kihika, I was doing intellectual property work, falling more and more in love with it, and that really is the long story short.
Okay, that is, I think, one, a sign of the wonderful graces of God. And so, as someone who is still in law school, how would you advise that I go about the process of selecting what field to specialize in? Most of the time, we are encouraged to first do a bit of practice before we can choose what to venture into. However, the pressure is getting worse, as some people say. Why? Because today we're dealing with 28-year-olds who have PhDs, and maybe it is not so disastrous. However, time to take in all these things. Of course, with your wisdom, you could guide if being patient still is the right way. But time is getting so badly out of our hands. And so, how would you advise a one Fred, a one Eugene, a one Melissa, to go about the process of selecting a field, to specialize in? Of course, with mentorship, that would be a fine line. However, you might notice that there are not so many Professor Kakozas to go around. We are many students. So, what is this tested blueprint you can give one?
Okay. So first of all, you need to realize we're currently 14 accredited law schools in Uganda. That's not a good statistic for yourselves if you're thinking market-wise long-term. We are about 5,000 to 6,000 lawyers in legal practice. This is not counting those who are in other fields and elsewhere. So drawing from two things, what you heard from Ms. Gomez in the Dean's speech, that you shouldn't think of only legal practice, but then also secondly, what Mr. Mafabi was saying about you thinking along specializing at an early stage. You need to know that you're in a very competitive field, which is growing thicker and thicker in terms of competition every year. Like I said, 14 accredited law schools, and many more are coming up. I happen to be invited now and then by the National Council for Higher Education to visit institutions that are applying for accreditation to check out whether they have what it takes. So I know that right now there are about 4 law schools that are applying to also join the list. So maybe in the next 2 years we'll have 18 accredited law schools. So where are you going to put all those people? The way things were nowadays, when I finished law school in 2000, we graduated 150 and we felt we were a big number. Now you're graduating in the thousands every year. We went only us, about 130, 140 of the 150 went to LDC. But now, from the experience you had a few months ago, it's trying to have a bottleneck squeezing of all the 1,500 that apply to LDC every year. So as you're in law school, so don't wait for the graduation date, but while you're in law school, open up your eyes to the market out there. Don't think of just Uganda, but open your eyes through internet reading and through newspaper reading. What are the current gaps in society? Political, socio-economic gaps, and where will I fit in addressing those gaps? What can I do to fit in? What will it take for me to fit in? In that, you should have a GPS mindset. What I call a GPS mindset is think with the end in mind, that, okay, as Mr. Mafabi said, that we now have issues of construction everywhere. What does it take to become a construction law expert? So that's the end. And the GPS is going to show you how you get to becoming that kind of person. To become a construction law expert, I have to study construction law. I have to look out for such and such a school. They're one of the best schools in teaching this. And as I get that exposure, maybe I'll need to write in a law journal or publish an article there, or maybe write an op-ed in the newspaper so that people get to notice what I'm writing and then build up on my network. Those are the directions you're taking towards the finality of the GPS to know where you're getting. But then again, not everyone would rush into the same space to say, okay, it's construction law, let's all do construction law. As you do your readings, like I said, reading in the newspapers, and I'm not talking about, okay, maybe the sports page would help you to say, yes, sports law will be my thing, but business page, the different pages which will open up your minds into identifying specific gaps where you feel that in the long term, this is where my involvement is going to be. It kind of motivates you, it kind of spurs you on to say, I think this is something that will be of an interest to me, and this is what I need to start building up my expertise in so that I play a role 5-6 years along the way in this direction. And build a network. It's not only what you're picking in the law classrooms that will give you the kind of qualification in a specific area. Your networks are the people seated next to you. Some of them are your future law firm partners. Some of them are your future business partners who will bring businesses to you. Some of them will be the people that will recommend you to other people. When I started patent law practice, I'm a patent agent, I register patents here, and there are very few of us in the country. But the first big patent client that I got was from a former law student of mine here. So even to us as lecturers, our students are our networks. But even you as students, your colleagues are your networks. Your network is your net worth. And never forget that. So all these things work into play to make you the person you need to be in the future.
Thank you very much. So guys, time is not on our side. You've heard, and very many more are coming. Specialize early, build networks, read. Read and read. On the point of reading, read so much so that you're reading especially outside the country to see what the future of legal practice looks like, as of course in many respects we are lagging behind, so it would be wise to replicate some of the successes that have happened in more advanced jurisdictions. On that matter, you have been in the practice of intellectual property law for I think 19 years now. In comparison to the UK where you studied and the US where you also studied, and the various firms, businesses that you've interacted with on the level of IP, what do you think we've achieved so far in the time you've been our wonderful godfather in IP? And what other things, maybe insights you could lay out for some of the fourth-year law students or any student that is planning to study intellectual property? What eye-openers could we be having in the next few years?
Thank you. So, Uganda has one of the best intellectual property legislations in Africa and probably outside of Africa. We're very good at the legislation bit, we're very good at the policy bit, and I thank God that I've been part of the drafting of the National Intellectual Property Policy. I've had the opportunity of interacting in all those different facets as an intellectual property academician, as a policy consultant, both here and in other countries, and then also in legal practice, handling a few intellectual property cases. The main problem that we have with IP, where as students you will come in to make a change, is awareness. Kind of think of the story of the building of the Tower of Babel, where everyone is talking a different language and the construction process collapses. That's how IP has suffered over a number of years, that you're not speaking the same language in terms of IP principles with co-counsel in a case, or even with the judge where they're not understanding you. And for that, I've lost a few vital cases. Or you're trying to inculcate an IP appreciation culture amongst industry players or stakeholders in the country where it will benefit them and ultimately through a spiral process benefit everyone around them, but people are not buying into this. So as you take on this area of legal practice, the awareness grows. And not every one of you, of course, will end up in legal practice. As you appreciate IP, some of you will be in-house lawyers, some are practicing lawyers, some are IP teachers, some are in the judiciary. As the awareness grows, we end up speaking the same language. The jurisprudence in this area becomes much better, and for the better good for everyone. So I encourage everyone to take up the subject, and as you study it, then that will help in the practice, and we will not stop at just having the very best of the laws, but also the very best of IP practice.
Thank you. So what we are dealing with now is not very many people understanding the concepts. And so moving forward would require more of us taking up the subject and hence, contributing largely, not just to the development of the law, but also its practice as IP. As you might have noticed, very many people are not aware of how much of the work they are doing could be commercialized through intellectual property rights. However, we must run through the wonderful stint of the Dean of the School of Law, 2014 to 2018. How would you describe your journey while you were here? Were the students as numerous as they are now? Were they this smart? How was the faculty? In a few words, please share your story as an academic rising through the ranks to the point of professor, and especially your time here at UCU as dean.
Thank you. So I joined UCU staff first as a part-time tutorial assistant. The year was 2003, January. And at that time, the UCU dean was Professor Lilian Tibatemwa Kirikubiza, who is now a Justice of the Supreme Court. She had been my lecturer at Makerere University, and with her colleague, Professor Damali Najita, who was instrumental in starting the law program here, they approached me and asked me to take up the opportunity. At that time, I was in legal practice. I was working with the law firm of Shonubi Musoke and Company. So when I came here, I started teaching a few courses. The students, of course, were fewer. And one of the things back then, which is kind of still with UCU now, was the dress code and the formality of the students. So I barely say kind of, because I've seen it, unfortunately, dying out over the years. And it's upon you to lift it up again. The UCU dress code is one of the cultures of Uganda Christian University that we shouldn't lose and we should grab a hold of diligently. So when I kept on from January, in September 2003 is when I left for my master's, UK, came back 2005, and first taught under the business faculty, which is now the business school. And then 2006, I became a full-time staff member here as a lecturer. Went on till 2011, when I left for my doctorate at the University of Illinois, and did it very fast, 3 years, because I had a 3-year tuition scholarship with University of Illinois. I didn't want to lose that. And towards the finality of my doctorate is when I received the offer from the then Vice Chancellor, Dr. Senyonyi, Canon Senyonyi, to come back as Dean. So October 2014, I returned and took on the mantle of Dean of the law school here. The main thing then that I still see now is the focus of the students. Again, majority, not all, is that you have, and I appreciate the fact that UC students have always had that passion for foresight and looking ahead as you're doing through this symposium. I don't see it much in many of the other law school students that I've interacted with, so you need to hold on to that. The virtues that you need to fight for, that much as you can protect your culture here and your integrity as an institution within the boundaries of Uganda Christian University, Mukono campus, or let it be Kampala campus, there's not much that you can do as to what is outside of your walls. And yet, as grown-ups, you have the discretion or the choice to decide what's good for you outside of the walls of UCU. What are you exposed to? You're exposed to all kinds of virtues. You're exposed to drugs, illicit sex, and all sorts of negative things, which we fought against when I was dean. And it was a huge struggle then. We even had cult worshiping going on outside, and we struggled hard against these things. But you know you have a choice, and you need to choose life as opposed to the darkness outside of these walls. You need to think that, what am I here for? When I was dean, one of the best students that I had an interaction with, to this day he's a good friend, His story is that he was a street child, had run away from his family, he had the problems with his household, ended up on the streets, used to do all sorts of terrible things, ended up in jail now and then, until a benefactor took him on, cleaned him up, took him through school until he finally ended up at Uganda Christian University. And he told himself when he was a first year here, looked in the mirror and said that this is the person I'm looking at right now is the one who will determine what I'll turn out to be. So it's the same thing with you. There's only one person that can determine who you will turn out to be, and that person is you. You may choose that, let me enjoy the lifestyle outside there, and that will destroy you. Or you may choose that, let me do what's important for me and graduate through law school and make the best out of my life. It's about choice, and that choice is upon you. You need to choose now. And that struggle is still real, as I see in the current UCU. But you are the ones to change that and make it a better position for yourselves. We don't, as an institution, we don't have much of a control as to what's happening outside, but you do. So make that choice to avoid the things that are really negative and would destroy you, and think about what I've just said, building the right networks, focusing on your studies, and part of the networks are actually your lecturers. They can help open up the doors. The recommendations that I did for Mr. Mafabi, I'm not trying to chest thump, but look at how the people who are of influence in front of you can help you along the way to become better persons. And in that way, you keep making UCU a better institution than what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question was to look at his time here and compare it with what he's seeing. And in proper teacher style, we've been given a lecture on morality. I hope we've taken it to heart. Having catered for what a UCU student ought to be, especially outside and inside the classroom, there are a number of us who are faced with a question, and that is what to do with our degree, or generally what to do with our degree after law school. And the two most prevalent at this point in time are going to be between practice and academia. Academia, we are warned that there is no money, and we are warned of getting gray at 30. However, in practice, we're also being warned of walking with a shoe until one side is off. And it is, I think, in obvious wisdom that hustle is expected at the beginning of every career. You are the epitome of both practice and academia. One, which journey have you found more fulfilling if you can choose between those two children? Secondly, how have you balanced? And three, should it be an option of one over the other?
Okay, wow, tough, interesting questions. So growing up in a house where my late father was also a law lecturer, of course I looked up to him and many of the ways in which he carried his life. And back in the day, a lecturer at Makerere University did just that one thing. And Makerere University Law School or Faculty of Law was the only existing law faculty at the time. I wouldn't say we were doing very well, but at the same time we weren't struggling. We were kind of there in the middle. But it pointed me in very many directions, especially towards his last years of tenure as an academician, where he transitioned a little bit into legal practice before full-time getting into Uganda Law Reform Commission as a chairperson. So I was able to relate his time as an academician, what he was bringing to the table in terms of food, health, supply for the kids and the rest. And there were a few years of struggle, which partly informed my direction that when I get into the workspace, by then I hadn't yet even thought I would become a lecturer. I'll tell you a little bit about when I decided on that. I felt that I shouldn't just focus on just being a lecturer. I'll have to balance this out with a few other things because I saw him struggle a few years along the way. In my third year of law school, by the way, it was when I was a law student that Makerere changed from 3 years to 4 years. So we did 4 years, whereas those before us had done 3. So in my third year and going into fourth year, we started discussion groups. And I would find myself being the main discussant in those discussion groups. Many of my colleagues would shun preparing on questions and things of that nature. But I realized that as I was leading the discussions or even preparing for them before, it gave me a better insight into what we're reading. And that's when I decided I think I'll become a lecturer because this is what lecturers do. You prepare for things, discuss with others, and it makes you more and more informed along the way. So come 2004, 2005, when I had started intellectual property teaching here, I received a call from someone who is saying, oh, you're teaching copyright at UCU, right? I say, yes. This is 1 year teaching copyright. And he asked me that a colleague of mine wants to register a song. By then, we didn't even have URSB. We had a registration office under Ministry of Justice. How should she go about doing that? Now, this was a practical question. I had just gotten into the theory of teaching this subject. The Ugandan Copyright Act back then, before the 2006 legislation, was so weak, I didn't have an answer. And I felt, how can I call myself a lecturer when I don't have the practical solutions for what I'm teaching? So that also opened up my eyes into the importance of having one foot in the legal practice of what I'm teaching. It's not that I would advocate for every academician to also be a practitioner. That would be impossible. But for myself, it has worked out. And many people ask me, how do you balance this? And I say, I only have one job, which is intellectual property. I'm either teaching it, or I'm practicing it in the courtroom, or I'm a policy expert guiding Uganda and other countries in developing policies in the area. But it has helped me in that direction, knowing that I learn one from the other. Now, in terms of which of these has been more fruitful, the fruit is about what you eat and feel nourishment from. So I won't deny there's less money in academia than there is in practice. That is quite obvious from my own father's experience and what I'm seeing. But the times have changed. Now it's not just one law school. Like I said, we have 14. And although National Council for Higher Education requires that you can only be full-time in one place, you can be able to balance full-time in one institution and part-time in others. Just like from when I left my deanship, I became part-time at UCU. I'm now full-time at Makerere as I balance that with my law firm practice, which is also just in intellectual property, apart from the few meetings that I chair at World Intellectual Property Organization. So the fruit is more in the practice, but I balance it with the work that I do teaching. But there's the beauty of blessing a person's heart when you're speaking to students, just as I am doing now, or when you're sharing knowledge with students in the classroom that cannot be equated to what the legal practitioner does. The journey for a legal practitioner is not full just one way. It can be two ways when you're blessing others, but you're molding people of the future generation, future lawyers, when you are teaching the law. And in terms of spiritual or even emotional nourishment, that's where the beauty is for me, that I've gained more and I continue to enjoy more from sharing knowledge with students. It's not even a one-sided journey in the academic side. I learn a lot from my students, and what I learn from my students, I also take into practice and other areas. I hope I've covered all the 3 questions. I don't know.
Yes, you have, and you've answered 2 others that I had. So, yes, he has answered them, the fulfillment and what he feels he's gaining and giving. That was a question I had, but thank you very much for answering that as well. So, we are about to conclude, unfortunately, because of the limitation of time. And I would love to conclude on a lighter note. Before I ask this question, I'd love to inform all of us in the audience, if you have any question, we're going to take one question. One question has been written. The other is going to be taken from the audience. First come, first served, by show of hand. Oh. Unfortunately, my boss has informed me how there are 2 questions. So, the final question I would love to ask you, Prof, is concerning your social life. When we met early in the morning, you told me how you played rugby while at SMAC. You also played it for Impis while at MOOC, and you also played on the national team. And I'm like, this man, you've excelled in academia, you've excelled in practice. Of course, you're not doing that alongside your professional rugby life, but how did you balance this? How did you balance your social life? Were you having a girlfriend during that time? Or how did you balance your social life with all those activities alongside the study of the law?
Yes, we have to enjoy our bodies and use them rightfully. So sports was something I always enjoyed in my youthful years. I'm now 8, I still try, but it's not as much as I used to do back then. So of course I started out with football in my primary days, got a love for basketball, transitioning between primary 7 and S1. So when I joined SMAC in senior 1, they were reviving an old sport that had died down, which was rugby. And in the years of, I don't know if any of you know William Blick, he has been with the IOC and others. So those are the years. William was a few years ahead of me in SMAC. We have Martin Kasasio and many of these people who are now with the Uganda National Rugby Union. So we revived rugby, and one of our first games outside of SMAC when I was in S2 was against Namilyango College. And I remember very well, we used to call it the milk truck. It's still there in SMAC today because it's a white truck. We were driven to Namilyango College, and one of the people who met us at the gate trying to intimidate the SMAC rugby team was a person who wrapped some white stuff all over himself to look like an Egyptian mummy, and then he did 10 press-ups as our truck was driving in. The intimidation worked, and they pounded us 50-0. You all probably, if you've been to the library, you know that person. He's called David Bukenya.
Yes.
So we went on to play for SMAC, and then when I joined Makere, with David, we became teammates. We were playing for Makere Impis. And at the time I was finalizing my law school, in the year 2000, is when I had training and played one game against Kenya for Uganda under 21 rugby cranes. So all through this time, I used to have a difficult time with my father. Law professor wants me to focus one way. He was saying, forget rugby, focus on your books. And I struggled with that. I tried to balance, but I struggled. But as I don't know if any rugby players in the audience, one of the mental trophies that we had is when you have a rugby injury, you feel proud about it. So I would get a few of those injuries and feel proud about them and would go on and on. But like I said, in the year 2000, I had to make a choice because I was going to the Law Development Center. One of my classmates there was a person called Michael Wandera. He's still with Cobbs now, I think, as a manager. And I had to choose between law and rugby, so I had to choose law. But it was a very difficult choice to the extent that I've never, ever gone back to watch a single rugby game at the sideline because I always felt I needed to be in the pitch, not watching.
I expected a wonderful, a love story that ends well, but sadly it's a tragedy. We have to choose. And so, to the questions. I'll ask this later. I've thought about Mr. Ukenya at the library. Anyway, and so, yes, the questions. One of our colleagues is inquiring how to go about choosing what to major in. It's unfortunate. I think this question has been answered. And the second question is on how to know about the latest developments in IP, not just in Uganda, but generally around the globe. Yes.
So, like you said, the first one has been answered. So in the interest of time, I'll go to the second one. So there's what they call the World Intellectual Property Organization. It's a United Nations body that oversees intellectual property issues across the globe. I have the opportunity of working with them as a consultant on many of the intellectual property treaties that we're having. But if you go to the WIPO website, scroll through, there is a point where they would invite you to subscribe to their newsletters, subscribe to the latest issues, latest treaties. It's just simply clicking subscribe, fill in your Gmail, or rather email account, and then they'll start sending weekly updates as to what's happening. That is part of, and this is an answer to the first question, that is part of where you realize where you can make an input. When you read something latest that they have done, and you feel that this is something I'm interested in, let me pursue further opportunities in this. And if you want to become an IP expert, they also have online courses that they do. Some of them are paid for, but they have exceptions for people coming from developing countries where they waive the fees. I mean, the fees are between $30 and $45, but they can waive some fees for these courses, and you do them for free, and gradually build up on your expertise in intellectual property matters. The latest treaty they have done was May this year, a treaty on intellectual property, traditional knowledge, and genetic resources associated with traditional knowledge. And we have a role to play in that area as Uganda. Where do you think we fall in the protection of our herbal medicines and corporate entities that have picked up on the ideas of our herbal medicines and turned them into pharmaceutical products which they get intellectual property for? So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof. Please pay attention to WIPO and find out what they are doing. Create an account. It's one of the very first ways. I will share this. In most cases, the more knowledge you search, the more knowledge you get. And the more knowledge you get, the better perspective you have on which other knowledge you can acquire. Prof, there are so many questions I would have liked to ask, especially concerning how weavers were dealing with fumblers. I would have loved to ask about how the traditional knowledge Africans have, especially in terms of culture, arts, and medicine. I know you have written extensively about that. And I am sure, by God's grace, these questions are going to be asked and they will be answered. However, our time is fast spent. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Simwe. Thank you so much, Professor Kakoza. This was, I think we must agree that this was most insightful. Earlier today, I told you guys a phrase, closed mouths don't get fed. If you have something you want to ask, if you have something you want to say, if you have someone you want to approach, feel free to approach them. Professor, this is me approaching you. As of yesterday, I have an interest in patents, so isn't it convenient that we find ourselves in the same space? So, yes, this is me approaching. Guys, take the tree. Just take the tree. So I would also like to address something in regards to the composition of our panel. And those of you that know me will know that I'm a firm advocate of always having a woman's voice wherever it be necessary, wherever it be. And of course, we would have loved to have ladies on the panel today. Unfortunately, due to the switch of dates, our panelists had to pull out of today's session. So, but I guarantee that the UCU Law Society is committed to always having and always representing the voice of women, as you can tell by, I think you guys know our executive, formidable ladies. Yes, so before we proceed, I would like to recognize the presence of one of our panelists that arrived, Mr. Festus Akunobere. Well, please guys, just don't be stingy. Welcome, sir. We look forward to having, I know so many guys that came here just for you. Not like the rest of our panelists, sir. No. What I'm trying to say is the eagerness in this house. I'm sure you'll feel it once you come on board. The questions, they have me by the neck, and they're just being written. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, kindly write your questions and just send them here for the next speakers that are coming. I will be taking the top 2 or 3. So be hasty. You don't have to write them now, but like midway through. Yes, so some of them will be obviously answered during the topic. So guys, one thing I can tell you about law students is they're extremely, extremely versatile individuals. We have seen some that are mathematicians, some that are artists. I know, right, a mathematician that is a law student. We came here to escape math, but I've been warned that it will find me. I'm in my 4th year, but I'm just about to escape. Yes, so we have an exceptional law student who is going to be coming here to give us a poem, just a bit of, to relax our minds. Michelle Musime. I know, right? She has fans in the house. I fear some of you might have come just for Michelle. So, yes, Michelle has exceptional fans in the house. Michelle shall be giving us not only a vote of thanks for our first 2 panelists, but a poem. Through a poem, I know my heart is already touched. Michelle, I welcome you.
All protocol observed, good morning. I would like to thank the first speakers that we've had for the first session. We are so grateful. We are in awe of your eloquence and your achievements. And I know I don't speak for myself when I say that I have been inspired to just put in more energy and to persevere. Yes, and I'm also particularly grateful that you have hinted on what my poem is about. I think God sent you. Thank you so much. My name is Michelle Musime. I'm a law student and by the grace of God, a poet. And the poem that I'm going to present today is about being beyond the law. I think from what our first 2 speakers have been talking about, you will see that yes, they have studied the law and they know the law, but there is so much more as lawyers that you're called to do beyond the law. They have engaged in mentorship. There are so many people that they have inspired, even just coming for these talks now that really, really help people come out of their comfort zone, also really, really helps. So that just goes to say that it's not just about the law. Like there's so much that you have been called to do beyond the law. The law is not just a course, it's a calling because God does not make mistakes. And so my poem is just to encourage anyone who the course could be giving a really, really hard time that you have been called to do so much more beyond the law. Yes. So this poem is Beyond the Law. Beyond the law. Last week I was dancing with the angels, thanking the Lord for wisdom, thanking the Lord that he has given me a chance to be different. The Lord says the law stays the same. That's why the Son of Man came to take away our shame. So let's not be tempted into treating this calling like it's a game. It's not just about suits and slick bands and slick cars and good memory. It's more than moots and acts and good English. This calling is deeper than the courtroom. This calling that I speak of is the language of the mystique. The language that allows you to sit among men and women of high caliber because you yourselves are men and women of high caliber by virtue of the knowledge of the law. But what they won't tell you is that you need to give yourself room to grow because empty tins still make the loudest noise. So if you find yourself being a bit of a boss, entering rooms and assuming you're the boss, assuming without your presence everyone must suffer a loss, you are abusing your calling. If you plead the widow's case for a fee that costs a leg and an arm, then please, you are abusing your calling. If you misuse your power, cause people to go 10 feet under, when at the mention of your name people cower, you are abusing your calling. This work that we do is not just about fame or money or a good name. You have the power to mend what's been broken, to heal those that are hurting in places unspoken, to conceive justice where it has been miscarried, to know what justice is in the first place. You have been called to do so much more beyond the law. Thank you.
Oh my, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I love how you're no longer stingy with those applause. Very, very slay of you. So we will be moving on to our next session. there's been talk of the ladies in the house. So this is going to be hosted by a very formidable lady, an exceptional lady. Also, those of you that want to give thanks to Michelle, monetary-wise, you can just send it to my seat. I'll make sure it gets to her. We'll be having another session, but I can guarantee it will get to her. I sit in the corner over there. Yes, lunch on youth today, right? So, our next session shall be hosted by a formidable lady, as I said earlier, Miss Esther Awar. Esther, yeah. Guys, you can't go back to the stinginess. This side of the room, like, it's giving questions. So, Ms. Esther Awar currently serves as the Attorney General of the 26th Guild Government. She is the Vice President of the Rotaract Club of UCU. She also serves as the Women Commissioner of African Students Union Platform. She is also a student at Honors College of UCU, where she has served as the Minister of Welfare. I'm still continuing. Yes, she is also a student coach at the Writing Center. Esther has written a number of articles that have been published, as well as book reviews. One of the most interesting for me is regarding My Life. My Life is Battle Weaving by Rhoda Kalema. Very, very interesting. And then Stepping into the Unknown by Dr. Engineer Badru Chigundu. I must get the titles correct. Yes. Esther is also a mooter. She has mooted in the Jessup Moot where they emerged as fast runners up. That was last year. I watched that. Very, very, very exceptional display of mooting capabilities. Yes, she has also partaken in the All Africa Moot competition in Ghana, where they emerged as the 9th best memorial in all of Africa. She has also emerged as the 2nd best speaker at the Soki Moot competition. She has also participated in the cross-examination Moot, where she emerged as the best oralist from UCU. This was best in France. She is a debater as well. Guys, I am still reading, so she is she's versatile with regards to the field of law. She has had numerous placements, amongst which include an audit firm, KSK Associates. She has also had placements at Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, as well as Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This was in France, by the way, guys. She's not like the rest of us, local folks. Yeah, so she was in France for her internship. Yes, so she's also done a number of short courses regarding artificial intelligence and the internet space. And she has been conferred the certificate of, I don't even know what this is. But it's from Strathmore University. And regard the CIPIT course from Strathmore University. Some of you are nodding. I know you're very well, you know what it is, right? Yeah, I don't. You'll tell me. Yes, so she has also done a course on fintech and financial technologies at the Singapore Management Institute. So ladies and gentlemen, as she comes forth, this side of the room, I don't know what's happening. This side, guys. Please welcome with me Esther Awar, who will go ahead with the hosting. Thank you.
Wow. I am just humbled, right? And just like King Henry VIII's sixth wife, Catherine Parr, all the previous speakers have been so beautifully eloquent, right? Just like her, the previous wives before, I knew what they do, but I don't know what to do any differently, right? You've had Davis, you have had Raimi. They've all been very, very good speakers, so I don't know if I can keep up with that kind of momentum, and I pray I do so, right? And I would start by quoting a very intelligent man, Abraham Lincoln, who says that nearly all men can stand adversity, right? But if you want to test a man's character, give him. Exactly. So,
ladies and gentlemen, I would request that we keep the murmuring in a room to a low. We have been a commendable audience thus far. Kindly respect the lady at the podium and the speakers we have going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, for that. Yes. Right now, I'm actually very excited to stand in front here. I am so humbled. Thank you so much, Law Society, for this opportunity and working with the Guild government of this institution. I am here, right, to represent the voices of the women. People have said, the women are not participating, but we are here, right? Yes. I'm going to be honored to interview Mr. Augustine Idut. Yes, a very humble man. I actually met him today morning and he was greeting me. And yes, and for me, that really showed humility. Mr. Augustine holds a Bachelor's of Laws degree from Makerere University and is an alumnus of the University of Oslo in Norway, right? We are speaking about being international here, you people. Don't stop in Uganda, right? Yes, where he obtained a master's degree in information technology and communications, ICT law. He also holds a postgraduate diploma in LDC from the Law Development Center, of course, right? As a practicing advocate of the High Court of Uganda, Mr. Augustine is a partner of Kampala Associated Advocates. Most of you know this is one of the top law firms in Uganda, where he heads the intellectual property, employment law and technology, media and communications practices over a decade and a half. He has been in this practice for over 18 years. You people, we are like 21 year olds, we are like 20 years old. Mr. Augustine is literally, he has practiced for our age and up to this time, right? Mr. Augustine has represented the leading communication sector players in numerous industries, groundbreaking information litigation and transactions. He has dealt with issues with UCC, MTN. MTN is a global company, you people. You find it in South Africa and things like that. And we are here amidst this gentleman. Mr. Augustine also led the team that consulted on gap analysis, study of the ICT laws of Uganda, advised on the formation of the current technology licensing framework, among others, and has frequently practiced in various symposiums and conference panels on issues relating to technology and fourth industry revolution. He has also presided over a couple of technology innovation competitions as a judge. And Davis told you here he was for the moot, right? Mr. Augustine, lastly, people, I'm still reading, right? Eh? Time to come, in 20 years, time to come, we also want to read you like this, right? I hope this is motivation that when you go back and you're reading for the tests you have this week, you're like, I also want to what? To have these qualifications at the end of the day. Mr. Augustine is an ardent fan of Express Football Club and enjoys reading on various subjects, right? So at the end of the day, you realize that reading is part of our career. If you don't like reading, I don't know. I don't know which profession you'll go to, but our profession requires you to read, and not just the law. Everything. Are you updated? Do you know what's going on? What's happening all over the world and not just Uganda, right? Yes, he also enjoys reading biographies of personalities who have engineered transformation of business, economics, and societies. He continues to be a mentor and an advocate for young lawyers in Uganda. Isn't that just beautiful? Exactly. So at this point, I'd like to invite Mr. Augustine to the stage. Thank you so much, Mr. Augustine, for joining us this afternoon. I hope everyone is smiling. They've now given you some soda, and you should now put the smiling faces up, right? Mr. Augustine, thank you so much for honoring our invitation and coming in time for our symposium today. You have been very patient with us. And me, I'll deviate from asking the general questions and try to be a little bit technical in the field of IP and intellectual property and artificial intelligence, because I'm sure there are some students here that would want to know an insight about a few things, right?
It's all right.
Yes, and I'll start with yesterday, the Innovation Hub had participants who made it up to the top on their innovations. And yesterday at the Innovation Hub, they were being taught about their rights in regards to patents and copyright, because these students, there were 10 teams that were chosen, and they were telling them about copyright, they were telling them about the laws in regards to their business ideas, right? And so as an IT, an IP practitioner, what would be your advice in regards to these students who are coming up with these very beautiful ideas at this point? And you all know that under Section 14 of the Copyright and Neighboring Act, the copyright only goes up to 20 years, right? These people are thinking about a whole future with this particular project. But also you're looking at students who are getting probably venture capitalists in this at the end of the day. So what advice would you give to these students who have this idea but want to protect it until maybe a lifetime, maybe until they're old like Ms. Dr. Kakoza here? Yes.
Thank you so much, and it's really a privilege to sit here and to talk to aspiring young lawyers. I would like to thank the executive team for having considered me for participation in today's symposium. And a good afternoon to you all. As you've thrown me now to the deep end, and I think we shall dive there and swim out of it together. The issues around innovation and really, startup companies in the exploitation, the protection of their products, of their, basically the creations of their intellect, is something that has to be approached from, it's not a one-dimensional thing, and it's not so much to do with the legalese. Yes, as we all look up to and really respect, Professor Dr. Kakoza as really, as one of the leading figures within the practice of IP. And even as lawyers, no matter how many years we have on our CV, there are always people who are ahead of you. There are always people who are better than you. There are always people who can teach you a thing or two. And the thing about IP and innovation, we all know, and I believe for those who have already done IP, the beauty and the underlying essence of the legislative framework around IP is really the protection of the economic, of the ability to really exploit exclusively, the benefits either economically, but most importantly, economically. Your ability to unlock that economic, power base, and to also protect and to really, to bring value to the creators. So IP helps as a starting base to provide, as you've said, up to at least 20 years for copyrights. And we don't have all the time, of course, to go through all the different protective mechanisms, but there's a starting point. The essence of giving you that time, it's envisaged or expected that at least you would have been able to recoup the essence or at least the gist of your initial investment into that. But going into the ecosystem that you're talking about, I think it's important for innovators to think beyond the law and to really think of other considerations that really have a substantive impact on your ability to really make, to create or to earn any value from your innovation. And some of the things that you need to look at is, and one of the challenges that I have witnessed advising startup entities, is that sometimes people are so high, let me use for lack of a better word, they're so drunk with the conviction around the idea. And they don't make an effort to really go beyond the idea to really understand the prevailing ecosystem that we are dealing with. So a number of times I've seen people coming up with ideas. Even in sometimes I've been invited to come and be a judge in certain competitions. And then when you ask them, what is the, how do you intend to commercialize this idea? And they really have no idea whatsoever. So sometimes they remain so intent on the IT element of making something functional without necessarily looking at how you're going to commercialize that idea. Now, for any product, Amazon, for example, I think took up to about 7-10 years without making any profit. But they knew where they were going. They knew the kind of, the infrastructure that they were building. And by the time they broke even, by the time they started earning revenue, their basics had been put in place from the very foundational step. So I think it's important for any innovator to not only think about the ideas implementation and to look at how you're going to do the coding and other things, but what is the overall framework and the commercial concepts and the commercialization? How are you going to turn that idea into revenue and then from the revenue into profit? If you don't, then I think you're looking at it from a very, myopic and short-sighted manner. The second thing is that, when you talked about venture capitalists are not going to invest into an idea. They want to look at, and in most cases when they give you, when they engage with you, they want to look at, your income streams and your revenue streams, your expenses and your plans for the future. There is need to really look beyond the ideas and start looking at, how to really turn that idea into a commercially viable and sustainable business.
All right, thank you so much for that elaborative response. However, I'll just take you a bit back. We are at this point where we have come up with the idea. We are thinking of commercializing it, but then we are thinking of a continuity of it. For example, we have a product, but then they're telling us, or copyright is only giving us this for about 20 years, right? But we are looking at maybe 50 years or 100, and maybe our children and grandchildren coming to inherit it at the end of the day. So do you think something like developing similar products to that particular thing and joining it to it will also work in regards to longevity?
Now, maybe let's look at, because I hope I got you right. You're looking at innovation within the space of technology. Now, one of the most important digital assets that anyone enjoys within that space is really what you call the source code. Now, for those who might have interacted with IT, what we see on our apps is really driven by a lot of background digital kind of mechanisms. And for IP purposes, you have protection in a copyright. But then what is protected within the IT element is what you call you have what they call the object code and then the source code. So what is protected there is the source code. Now, a source code is not, it's not fixed in stone. Every single time there's an update to a computer program, that's now a new source code. Every time there's a new version, that's a new source code. So and as you might all know, copyrights are protected without any further additional requirement for registration. Dr. Kakoza talked about, the first inquiry got of registering a song. The non-registration does not necessarily take away the protection. So when you're in that field of IT development and product development, every single time you make an improvement, every time there's a derivative product, every time you're making some kind of what they call iterations, every time you're introducing a new function, a new product into it, there is always need to go and change your code. And that gives you, again, protection in relation to the new, amended, reviewed code. And so you can, in perpetuity, continue enjoying, that kind of protection, provided that you're constantly changing. And it doesn't mean that what you've created today might necessarily be what will be valid or still in use in 20 years' time. So there are still avenues through which, that kind of your desire to have longevity or to constantly to protect and to provide for your estate, for your children, you can still provide for it, but within the enabling environment that the law recognizes and can actually, provide a protection for.
Thank you so much for that elaborative response. I hope we are learning a thing or two. I hope we are understanding. Are we together? Are we together? Yeah? Write down notes and go back and research. These are one of the discussions you should write down and research about, because they are really emerging areas and areas that people are putting heed to. Mr. Augustine, sorry. On that note, I read a bit about your profile, right? And I saw that you are one of the people that came up with the software of OrbitR that supports microfinance institutions. And in just summary, before we go down to your your journey through being an advocate and where you are at KAA. Would you just tell the students probably how to interact with that software? Thank you.
Every financial institution runs what they ordinarily call, in simple terms, it's basically the enabling system, maybe to use simple terms. There's an IT software which most financial institutions use. Different entities use different softwares as named by the different developers. And so what that software does is to really be the infrastructure, the systems, the platforms that will enable the credits, the debits, the loan processing, loan applications, the reconciliations behind the scenes, making the financial reports, enabling, mobile money aggregation and payments, enabling the clearing of checks, enabling all instructions that typical financial institutions do are normally run on the basis of a software. Now, that's what essentially those softwares do. So we have supported, or at least have supported banks in the development of some of those softwares. And one of the things, I don't know whether you will ask that question. I mean, we're talking of the potential for new carriers. It was Remy whose CV was read and is coming from the finance world, right? If you see the developments that are now taking place in the legal, fraternity, a number of people from other qualifications with first degrees in other, sectors, in engineers, IT, software engineers, accountants, are all coming back to do law. Politicians are coming to do law. And what that is also doing to the practice of law is that a number of firms are also beginning now to compete for legal business with law firms. Accounting and auditing firms, for example, such as PwC, Deloitte, KPMG, are all having legal teams and legal departments being in-housed. And that is, again, reducing the work that is available for the typical lawyers. And so one of the things that I would like to advise you or to encourage you is to consider also taking up additional courses as your second degrees, if you can. Because other people are coming to eat your breakfast, and you are sitting down lamenting of how opportunities are getting limited. Why not go and also have their lunch? It's all fair in love and war, right? So you're talking about, and the reason why I'm saying that, it's because we are trying to explore and to leverage and to really build on the skill set and the knowledge that we already have as lawyers, to really improve your opportunities, to expand your horizons, and to create places and circumstances and environments where you will be in a much better position, not just to be excellent in the field of law, but also delve into other sectors and practices. Just to give you an example, before I over-deviate, there are right now about two what they call practice management tools for law firms that are being created by local IT firms. But those IT firms are essentially using lawyers, law firms, to really understand what takes place inside law firms. And they're trying to create solutions for lawyers. And there's no lawyer who is inside those law firms. So what they're basically doing is to take an opportunity for people like you who could potentially study IT software coding to leverage on your knowledge of law, the requirements of law, the practice of law, and to create solutions, technological solutions that will be used by lawyers such as yourselves. Again, that's just an example of how other sectors are coming to take away your breakfast and lunch. So I would like to to go back again to your question. what kind of advice or solution? Yes, these are solutions, and the future is in people like yourselves, not just to become comfortable with being lawyers as singular qualifications, but to potentially add on other qualifications that will improve your ability to succeed across multiple sectors and industries. You don't have to settle down with just the qualification of LLB. You can do more.
Thank you so much, Mr. Augustine, for that elaborative response. Going back to our career, right? Your career, sorry. Has it been, the previous speakers, like Dr. Kakoza, had a foundation of his dad taking him through the steps of law school. How difficult or easy has it been? Because I noticed you've gone through the ladders from associate to senior to now partner. How difficult or easy has it been for you? And what motivation or zeal has gotten you to this point?
When I was still young, I wanted to become a priest. And so I used to be an altar boy in church, in the Catholic Church, and that's a dream that I had all the way up to S4. So I was in a seminary, and I thought I still had the dream, even in S6 VAC. But I didn't have the privilege of mentorship such as Dr. Kakoza, where you had a professor at home. And I didn't have any close kind of influence such as Mafabi, who had the DNA of the law fraternity. But mine was just an idea that I think was implanted in my mind by my teachers in A-level. I went to a school in Jinja, Kira College Butiki. And any OB here? So it's basically, I was just told that I think you can actually do law. Little did I know that my father, he subsequently told me that I also wanted to do law, but he never made it for law. He became a teacher. So I think when I told him about my desire to become a lawyer, he was really very excited. But the practice of law, yes, I've gone through the steps. And I think, as my colleagues have said, the start is never, smooth. There are challenges that you have to go through. You have to put in the work. And there are certain times, I think it was Mr. Simwe who talked about, the fear, you become an academician, maybe there is no money, you go to become a young lawyer, they say your soul will tilt to one side. Sometimes we have to go through that. The first 5 years of my practice were not as rosy as it is now. I was not even practicing IT law. I had the qualifications, but I was practicing criminal law and, litigation. Up until 2015, that's now when I was invited to KAA. I was headhunted. And that again goes back to one thing. Immediately after LDC, I went to do my master's. The interest in technology, it's something that just excited me at the time. And at the time, I told myself, okay, there are certain things that I don't want to do. So I disqualified certain practice areas. Human rights, not that I have anything against it, but the rule of law, of course, is important. But I thought I knew what I wanted. So when I had the qualification, and of course, I think as has also been talked about, I think Mafabi talked about it, excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, do not underestimate the need for excellence. I think it was also, when we're opening, the need for excellence was talked about. And I really want to invite all of you to really consider, the relevance, the urgency around being excellent students. Now, I think I put in the work. Just like Mafavi, when you used to walk via Nile Avenue, you would always say, that's the place I want to go to. I finished LDC, and I was, by the grace of God, I was the best student. And I won an award. It was called the Denton SAPT and the Attorney General's Award for the Best Student. And of course, at that time, it was an award sponsored by Kampala Associated Advocates. So I thought, okay, this is now a good start. I'm going to KAA. So I kept on knocking on the door and praying, but the doors were not open. I kept on hoping the doors were not open. So I just continued excelling wherever I was until when they came looking for me. Okay? So sometimes, had I not done the work that I had to do, and I think all of us might be in one or the other, we know the story of the Bible. Jesus' ministry was only for 3 years. Up until the time when he became 30, before that, what was he? He was the son of a carpenter, and he was doing mentorship in carpentry, right? So what are you doing to prepare yourself for excellence? What are you doing to prepare yourself tomorrow to be able to take advantage of an opportunity that will come up? Prepare yourself. Take those courses. There are courses that are available on Coursera and a number of other free online platforms, costing no more than $70 to get, high caliber qualifications in places such as IT, technology, data protection and privacy, artificial intelligence, cloud computing and the law, and a number of other courses. These are things that you can start taking on in a gradual, consistent manner to prepare yourself for the future. When I went to KAA, I was told, this is a firm that has never admitted anyone to the partnership for the last 10 years. In a space of 3 years, I had made partner. Okay? People such as, I think, your vice president, and some other people might have come to intern there. They know the caliber of the lawyers who are there. KAA, is among when you say the top 3 law firms, it will always be there, regardless of the order in which you're going to mention it. Whether it's the first or it's the third, but it's always going to be there. So it's a competitive place. But I prepared. So the journey, it's not just about also being present, but what value are you bringing to the table? What value are you bringing to the table? How are you servicing your client? Michael talked about the need to be able to, basically to be responsive to your client's needs. What value are you bringing to the table? What expertise are you bringing to the table? What makes you to be indispensable? Is it just to be someone who is going to register mortgages? Is it just going to be someone who is going to register companies? Companies now, there's now digitization. There's no more, your relevance as a lawyer registering a company has now been taken down by over 90%. So what value are you bringing? So the journey is never easy, but with consistency, with conviction, with hard work, with a commitment to excellence, you can make it. There is nothing that any of us here has been able to do that any of you cannot do. I have interacted with a number of students from UCU, and I can tell you the faculty is doing an amazing job. Okay? And the future is bright, indeed. And while Mafabi mentioned something that the lawyer of 20 years ago is now going to become extinct, one thing that you need to know, don't take that literally. It's just a call for everyone to remain, a lifelong student of law and knowledge. All the lawyers are upskilling. The lawyers, I know some lawyers who have gone back to do a PhD, LLMs in construction law, even when they have over 25 years of practice. So what are you doing to also now become competitive? Don't think that you're the new lawyers who are relevant today. No, the current lawyers are also upskilling. So you need to have the same kind of knowledge, the same kind of spirit to stay ahead of the curve, to learn new, areas of the law that really make sense to the clients who we all exist to serve.
Thank you so much on that. Hard work, right? On that note, there's a notion, before I came here, I was speaking to a few students, and there's a notion that the people who get first class end up to go to the academia side. The people who get second, lower, second, they're the ones that work with the international organizations and the like. Then the guys who get below that are the people who go now to the law firms because they cannot be employed. And then 10 years down the road, they become the employers of these ones that, that had started. So what is that notion true out there?
Very false. Very false. Let me just put it there. When I look at this, Festus here is someone he was 1 year ahead of me, I think. He has not gone back to teach. He's a first-class degree holder from Makerere. And I think really one of the few. Makerere has, Dr. Kakoza, you might know the numbers. Are they more than 20? About 16 from the time Makerere started. And he's one of them. I didn't personally get it. I tried, but I fell short. Don't imagine that, these are all stereotypes. When people come, I think it's sometimes to kind of validate mediocrity. I think that's just attempts by people to validate mediocrity. I can tell you that I count myself as a very good student, at least at the time when I was still a student. And so are all these gentlemen, sitting up here. And apart from Dr. Kakoza, whose magic of balancing academics and work, I still have to learn from him. And rugby. But some of us have become excellent practitioners, in top leading law firms in the country. Mafavi is also in another of those top 3 law firms. I am also in a top law firm, and so is Dr. Kakoza. Festus, I didn't want to use numbers, but Festus is also in one of the top leading law firms. And is excellent. All of us, by far, are very excellent practitioners. And one thing that I need to point out here, excellence in academics goes beyond the output, goes beyond the results. It goes to the discipline. It goes to the character formation. Dr. Kakoza talked of how he had to make a choice between rugby and academics. So the discipline to just make a choice. He talked about, when he was still a dean here, of how they used to advise people to really take, the example he gave. It's about that choice, that I'm going to sacrifice. The word is really sacrifice. That whatever enjoyment that I am sacrificing today will be compensated by the joy and the wins that I'll have tomorrow. That's what academic excellence is really all about. The research skills that you're going to really harness and to improve on today are the same research skills that you're going to be able to really utilize for the servicing of your clients' needs. That's what academic excellence is really all about. That the decision-making processes and your ability to really read ahead of time and to create solutions. And to really, Dr. Kakoza was giving an example of how he was the main discussant, in 4th year. And I think, first as Akunobera, some of us used to use his notes. Okay, we also used to sub-research, but Akunobera was really one of those, at the time, he was one of the most excellent academic students there. So those skills is what will become relevant, necessary, and critical in the service of your clients. The ability to sit in a room and to create solutions where there is no law. For example, for me in technology, in most cases, the technology is running far ahead of the legislative framework. And you have to create solutions. And where are you going to create these solutions if you've just been someone who copies and pastes, who waits for other people to research, who doesn't read ahead of a class? These are the character issues that academic excellence really breeds. And I can tell you without any fear of that if you're a mediocre student, you're most likely going to become a mediocre lawyer. So don't be, complacent to think that, for us the mediocre people, we shall become the employers. Maybe in business and finance, maybe. But an excellent student will always make for an excellent lawyer. And that we cannot really debate about that.
Thank you so much. Wow, the answer was explicit. We get a clap after. Wow, that's so beautiful. Make sure you pass, you people. Yeah? No more second class upper and all those things. Get first class. Yeah? Yes. I'm going to go to the question. My boss is warning me. Time. She's the clerk. So there's one question coming from the card. I'm only able to read one. And it's in regards to concerning the growing scope of fintech. What is your insight into the growing cryptocurrency market and further, in general, its online financial transactions? Should Uganda look to protect our growing and young market concerning this?
Yes, the fintech space. Fintech, for those who might not know, is basically financial technology. And I think, is there a single person in this room who in the last 1 week has never used mobile money? Anyone? So that's the basic example of fintech. We're using these things. So you can imagine the value, how it has unlocked, access to finance, and of course, a number of other things. So there is definitely a need for Uganda to protect. But the protection really, the ecosystem and the legislative framework has been one that has continued to evolve over time with the various changes that have emerged, in the last, about 10 to 15 years now. And the thing about fintech is that you talked about cryptocurrencies. I would like to as a technology lawyer and a telecommunications lawyer, just in this year alone, I have received payments for legal services through Bitcoin. Okay? On 2 occasions. Last year, I received payments for instructions on 3 occasions. Why am I saying this? And the challenge, when my colleague was responding to a client, actually there was another client who had also made an inquiry, and they sent me a draft email, and the client was saying that, no, we cannot receive payments in, there's what they call USDT, which is a stable coin. I don't know how many are following me when I'm now talking of USDT. Anyone who has a crypto wallet? Anyone? I see only about 3, okay, about 6 hands. You are on the right path. Okay? Do not listen to the naysayers who say, Bitcoin is a fallacy, cryptocurrencies are all in a sweeping way, that's all fraud. Yes, they're fraudsters who are going to take advantage in these Ponzi schemes. But as a law student, one of the critical abilities that you should always have is your ability to read, research, verify, and confirm, and come up with informed positions, rather than listening to rumors and hearsay. Now, one of the things that I would like to encourage, in kind of that kind of protection of fintechs and other things, is just be interested and be tech savvy. You cannot become a technology lawyer if you are shunning the technology that is developing or emerging in the space. You cannot be, a good technology advisor if you're the one who is always being pessimistic around the technology. The technology will leave you, and the clients will go to someone else who speaks the same language as they do. So the developments around the fintech space is such that there are emerging trends, okay? And of course, there are opportunities, there are also threats. There are opportunities to make money, not just from the startups, from the local functions, but also a number of people now with the clarification of the legislative framework around the national payment systems. You now have an enabling environment which is now bringing in a lot of investments from outside, and we are now seeing opportunities in work that we're now doing for mergers and acquisitions on behalf of clients who are now coming to invest in these entities, and that's more work for us. We're now seeing opportunities for people to sell out, and that's more money for the initial founders or the initial developers. We're seeing a lot of opportunities for other sectors within the ecosystem to also make money within, the fintech space. So yes, there is need to develop this kind of infrastructure. There is an enabling infrastructure, but of course, we still have some challenges in terms of the enabling policy considerations. As you might know, how many of you access Facebook as of today? How many? You're all pretending yet you have VPNs. But there are also other policy considerations that are affecting, development within the fintech space. Because, when it comes to, for example, the development of the ecosystem, there are other things that need to be working in tandem. Okay, so we have seen a lot of challenges that have been, emerging from the policy. There is lack of policy miscoordination. That's affecting the development of fintechs. That's affecting the development, for example, for fintechs, the BOU set up, licensing frameworks that have locked very many people, innovators, young people like, the startups, from really taking advantage of some of these opportunities. But there are policy issues that need to be aligned, but the need to protect is definitely very high. And there are opportunities for people like you to really come and take advantage of, provided that you're remaining open to technology and the things that really take you to the frontiers of technology and law.
Thank you so much, Mr. Augustine, for that. Our time has been fast spent. But many concerns from the students as I interacted with them is the busyness of law school and the busyness of lawyers, right? And most lawyers struggle with funding, with relationships, with family and all that. And I noticed, and I talked to my neighbor, the speaker of the guild government, that all the gentlemen we invited today are married, right? So how would you, as you give us your last words and as we leave, how was the journey through law school and getting to this whole marriage aspect, and you have work to do? You said the starting times were really not easy, they were hard. So how do you manage all that? Mr. Kakoza came with his son. So how do you engrave all that in one human being? Yes.
I think God created us to be, to really push our potential. And there's nothing that's impossible. The problem that that I sometimes notice is, I think we tend to live life, with expectation of perfection in every sphere of life. My life in the School of Law, I was always a library person. Every time after class, I was always in the library. That's why, people like now Festas, we're always in the library. In Makerere, they used to have what we used to call the law section. We're always there. Some of us had almost permanent seats. So again, the sacrifice, I don't remember ever going out to club or to a bar while at the university. I don't. That I can tell you without any fear of doubt. The only time I went out was actually during our fourth year, the farewell dinner. That's when I went out. Have I turned out bad? Maybe, I don't know. But I think I have turned out good. There is nothing that I missed. Now, the problem is we get taken up into this, the peer pressure. Alcohol will always be there. The ladies will always be there. These gentlemen will always be there. Some of them are even lying to you today. Okay? Seriously, you can sacrifice certain pleasures today in order to create the foundation for your tomorrow. It's interesting that I tell people I had the most relaxed time at LDC compared to law school because I think I had done my groundwork. I had the most relaxed time. I spent most of my time discussing for other people because I'd done the groundwork. Going into practice, again, we talked about the discipline and the need for you to really inculcate certain character traits in your life. That you cannot be a master of everything. You cannot be, an excellent lawyer if you're the one who always wants to be home by 5. At a certain point in time, I've spoken to a number of lawyers. The average time most lawyers leave office at KAA is normally around 9, 10. The average. Actually, for me, if I leave before 9 p.m., I feel there's something that I've not done right. Now, what I basically do, I compensate for that time over the weekends. I try to be at home on Saturday, Sunday, whenever I can, and be with the family. You can't keep all your balls up in the air at all times. At a certain point in time, you need to prioritize. As the Bible says, there's a time and a season for everything. So you cannot be in law school and you want to be the best boyfriend. You can't. If your priority right now is to really become an excellent student, first forget about that girlfriend. Especially if she's demanding for all your time. Forget about her. She's derailing you. If you're a girl who is always being called by your boy and he's always telling you, where are you? Throw him away. He's a distraction. And I say this, in good faith. Most of you are not going to marry these, partners. If you can, well and good, and thank God. But don't be derailed from your main purpose. Your parents have a lot in you, and you owe it yourself to invest in your studies today for your future. So forget about, there is nothing like a perfect balance in life. At least not for me. I don't know, maybe my colleagues will share, but I doubt whether when Dr. Kakoza was doing his doctorate, whether he carried the entire family there. Yeah, the following year. But you have to sacrifice at a certain point in time, but never lose sight of certain priorities. And family is important. Your partners are important, but they need to understand that you need to invest in your career, in your future at certain times, and for them to know and realize that you will not always be there at all times. If they cannot understand that, kick them out. If they are not for you, kick them out. Like, on a serious note. For guys, if you waste your opportunity to study well and to excel today, the future, the world does not forgive. If you don't have money when you've become a man, you will not tell the girl of how you used to sit with her and watch, movies all the time. That will not count for anything. So focus on your future. And the same applies to the ladies. These men nowadays want independent women who have their own money. So forget about a proper balance. But all I'm simply calling for is for a realistic understanding that at a certain point in time, you need to do what is your priority in that season.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope you have heard, right? Yeah? Okay, I will.
But don't reach out to me if they have thrown you out. I'm not the cause.
Thank you so much, Mr. Augustine, for this. My boss is warning me she's not going to give me reparations if I continue. So at this point, I'd like to end this discussion. Thank you so much, Mr. Augustine, for honoring our event and coming to UCU. We are so blessed, and may God bless.
Oh, wait, I had turned it off, never mind. You were supposed to laugh. Now I just look awkward. So, yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Edut. It seems like we have so much in common. So much in common. My father also wanted to be a lawyer, and he wasn't a lawyer. And so when I said I didn't want to be a lawyer, and I wanted to be a linguist, it was, anyway, I'm here now. So you can see how that turned out. Also, guys, this has been a very, very, very brilliant session. I thank all the panelists. Mr. Edut, thank you so much for your commendable submission. Hats have been shaken, tables with expensive or moderately priced drinks have been shaken. The Muliwa gang, I'm so sorry. I think we have been attacked today, called out, but I'm hopeful it's for the best of the best. Yes, so we shall now be proceeding forward to our next session with Mr. Festus Akunobera. You guys get Okay, at the end of this session, I'm going to need guys from this side to approach me and tell me what we did wrong. The claps, the applause have been dead. I think I know like 3 people. Thank you, that one random person at the back. I'm very grateful. Yes, so back to take us through this session is going to be, I think you guys know the person I'm going to tell us, like back by popular demand, but I don't know, the demand doesn't look popular at the front here. Remy Wahanze will be back to take us through that session. We may clap. We may clap. This side. Yes. But before that, Mr. Festus has done us a solid and has prepared a PowerPoint presentation, as is typical of the extra people. These are the people that, yeah, very extra. These are the people that spent their time in the library, the people whose notes were used. I think we all know the guys whose notes were used. Yeah, it's on mine, guys. You guys aren't using my notes, I can guarantee. So, as is typical of the extra people, PowerPoint has been prepared that shall be displayed, and then we shall transition from that to the interview portion of it all. I would encourage you to send your questions. I have already received one from Mr. Festus, so we shall receive another. Please send your questions to my corner over here. And yes, so Remy will come forth to introduce him.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back again. So, the first one was Remy Wahanze. This one is Wahanze Remy. So, I've been given the honor to welcome Mr. Festus Akunobera. And sometimes I run short of words when trying to describe Mr. Festus Akunobera. As a 19-year-old, actually 18-year-old in 2019 when I was thinking of joining law school, I was looking for inspiration and I sort of like went to the internet to look for things. And I came across a certain article. He probably knows it exists on WordPress. That article where they interviewed him and he was talking about how he scored, was it a 4.68? That is the highest ever GPA ever scored, I think, between UCU and Makerere Law School combined. Like, in total. I know some people here had 5.0, but in total, 15 first classes at Makerere, Mr. Festus Akunobera is above all of them. Yeah? And that is no mean feat. It is a commendable job that he did. He has set the record. A friend of mine, Lawrence Alado, he may know, also scored the first class, but he still couldn't beat that. Yeah? So he's not only come out as a thought leader in the tax practice, but he's a luminary in, within the legal circles. So I'll just read his profile. I'm privileged to be able to read that and to allow him to give a speech. But before that, I've been informed reliably that the Dean School of Law is here, so he will give his address. Okay, I'll hand over to Danita before he makes the presentation then. So, back to Mr. Akunobera. So Festus is an advocate of the courts of judicature in Uganda, an attorney and counselor at law in the state of New York. He holds a Master of Laws in International Taxation from New York University, where he was a Hauser Global Scholar. He also holds a Bachelor of Law, First Class Honors from Makerere University, where he was the winner of the Chief Justice Prize as the best overall student in his class, and still holds the record of the highest ever score to be attained at the Makerere School of Law, and by extension, as I said. Festus started his career at PricewaterhouseCoopers, Uganda, and later joined the New York office as an international tax consultant. On his return to Uganda, he joined Abmac Associates as a partner and has served as tax technical advisor of the World Bank, the Africa Development Bank,
the government of Liberia and the Republic of Somaliland, and the Ministry of Finance in Uganda. Festus is also reputed for advising businesses on complex tax issues relating to cross-border transactions. True to his passion for academia, he is a lecturer of the international tax law at the East African School of Taxation and has served as a guest lecturer of international tax law at Duke University, North Carolina, USA, and Vienna University of Economics and Business Administration in Austria. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Mr. Festus Akunobera. You're very welcome, Festus.
My deepest apologies, sir. I am breaching protocol. This is a bit unorthodox, but we have the Dean School of Law with us, and he is also, guys, clap. Can you just... Yes. And he has a prior commitment. He has been kind enough to give us a portion of his time. So, sir, just give us a moment and just for the Dean to give us his address. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Mutasasira Peter, who will come. Yes. Oh, yes, there he is, Dr. Mutasasira Peter, guys, come. The man of the hour is with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My apologies for showing up at this time, but better late than never. Film stars always arrive at the end. I also take this opportunity to welcome our distinguished guests. You're most welcome. Thank you for taking time off to talk to our students. This means a lot to them, especially the finalists. And I see some of you holding drinks and eats, so you felt maybe 5 and arrived. I don't think they came from the air. So I also thank our students for taking time off to attend this event. But what option did you have? I canceled classes. So you had nowhere else. Tests. I have saved you from one day of tests, but you'll dance to them later. So I got entangled in other engagements. That's why I wasn't here for the opening. And even now, I'm just saying hello. I am heading to a university college in Kabale. Please don't do anything. But I've told you I'm going there. You know African chemistry. Some of you may delay my arrival. So, but I had to say hello, not to think for you not to think that I abandoned you on this precious day of your life and of your study here. And I believe from morning you've picked some life lessons. Some of you could be just sitting here feeling our space, taking our oxygen. But let me hope most of you are benefiting from this engagement, because our distinguished guests have also left a lot of things behind at their workplaces to be here. So the least you can do is benefit from their wisdom. And I am sure they all have something to pass on to you. And probably these will be life lessons you're going to pick from here, and you'll look back maybe a decade later and say it was that symposium at UCU that changed my career path. Even as you see us here, but there are people who talk to us and we made the right. Oh, well, they may not be the right decisions, but at least we are where we hope to be in life, though it's a journey, right? And I think it's our obligation as the administrators here that if you come with proposals to us that you think are for the betterment of your education and career choices, it's only proper for us to look into them and allow you to go ahead with such activities. So thank you very much once again, our distinguished guests. And my former boss is here, Professor Kakoza. Huh? You know, I used to see him in the dean's office. He would sit there from morning to evening, and I'm like, hey, this man, how do you sit here from morning to evening? Me now, even in the night, I am there. I go past evening and even sit there till 9 p.m. But it's good to see all of you, gentlemen. I apologize, I won't stay long to engage you, but I wish you all the best, and may God bless all of you.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, the film star. Yes, so we are now transitioning to the next section. The next session, I can say for sure that my life has been changed or will be changed because of this event. Professor, I'm talking to you. We'll talk outside here. Yes. So I will just transition directly to Mr. Akunobera. Our time is already fast spent, so if you could come and take us through your very, very, very commendable PowerPoint. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. My seniors, good to see you here. I don't know if you were expecting to see some kind of alien, but I'm a regular human being, like all of you. So, in case you are disappointed, sorry. But just to go straight to the presentation so that you guys can have an early lunch, I hope that can fit the bill of an early lunch, given that it's 1:22. I was asked to speak about corporate and commercial practice. I don't know if, it's, who is in charge of flipping it through? Fantastic. I'll tell you when to do that. So I was asked to speak about the corporate and commercial practice, particularly to highlight the dynamism of that practice and the evolution of a career path in that area. So the first thing I asked myself, which I thought you might need to know, is what is the corporate and commercial practice about? What is really corporate and commercial? When we were growing up, corporate meant company and commercial meant business, so there could be a link between doing business through companies, but definitely corporate and commercial is far beyond companies, as you will get to understand. So the introduction has been done, so we can move straight to the contents page, which is the next page. So I'm going to give you an overview of what corporate and commercial practice is about. What kind of specializations do we expect to have in the corporate and commercial practice? What are the current trends that we see? Trends that might have an impact on your career since you are up and coming, intelligent, budding, young lawyers. I don't know if that is an over-description. Then we'll speak about choosing a career in corporate and commercial practice. Do you really need to be in this practice, or are there better things to do? Okay. What challenges do you need to overcome? So that is really the gist of what my presentation will be about, but I'm also mindful that there will also be some kind of fireside chat, so I'm going to leave some room for that discussion to happen. So if we move on to the next slide. One I have put on that slide is to illustrate that the boundaries, the scope of corporate and commercial practice are not really defined in black and white. They're not in some four corners, okay? Corporate and commercial practice is a dynamic practice, but also it's a multifaceted practice in that you're looking at different strands and pieces of that practice, and you may not have the ability to master all, but you may have to choose where you want to focus in trying to build your career as a corporate and commercial practitioner. So in brief, before I even go into that chart, what is really corporate and commercial practice? It is a practice of a lawyer who exists to support businesses, to make sure that businesses prosper, okay?
That is a big ask of that lawyer. It is beyond asking that lawyer to go and argue in court. It's really looking at value engineering. Value engineering, finding areas where value could be created for businesses. They could be companies, but they could also be more than companies. That's why I mentioned the word corporate should not mislead you to think business only takes company forms, as you probably already know. I believe the fourth years and third years know this very well. And maybe the first years will get to know it soon. So in the corporate and commercial arena, you're going to find the classic that everybody thinks about, company secretarial work. But this is really the minutest bit of what you will find in corporate law. Because corporate law is the entire set of laws, set of rules, set of principles that businesses must follow in order to thrive in business. So it goes beyond company secretarial, where you will say, I am filing Form X with the company registrar, or I am passing Resolution Y. It is really much bigger than that. So it will encompass things like banking and finance, okay? If a business wants to borrow, what are the issues we need to look at? That's a whole area of practice, which Dr. Kakoza said he had wanted to do and his father swayed him away from. So that is a subspecies of corporate and commercial practice. We have regulatory compliance. Many people underestimate the scope of regulatory law, but regulatory law is at the heart of the corporate and commercial practice. Because everything you do, every step you move, you're going to encounter rules, regulations, laws that require you to comply with something. I have done some business myself, which I'll tell you about later, but the list of things you have to comply with, even me as a lawyer, sometimes I fall behind, and yet I should be the star in terms of ticking all the boxes. So regulatory law is quite a substantial area of law. It can cover environment, it can cover labor law, it can cover, for regulated sectors, licenses, and things like that. That's a whole area of law. And there's a huge confluence or intersection between regulatory law and administrative law. You will discover that every time you deal with a regulator, that regulator is exercising administrative powers, administrative authority. So you must be up to speed on how you understand public law and administrative law to make sure that you're putting this regulator in check to ensure that they don't exceed their jurisdiction, they don't introduce extraneous requirements which are not provided for by law, but also they work within the ambit of what the law requires. If a minister passes an SI to implement an act, but continues beyond what is envisaged by the act, is that SI valid? You'll get into issues of the Interpretation Act and all that. So it's a whole developed area of law, but which is a subsection of corporate and commercial law, because you're going to be dealing with somebody who is regulating business. You have contract negotiation and drafting. That is core commercial law, okay? Here you will need to understand issues of risk allocation. What are you dealing with? Are you dealing with a vendor? Are you dealing with a purchaser? Are you dealing with an acquirer of shares? What kind of due diligence are you going to do? What kind of risks exist in the company or in the business, which you must guard against or protect against for this purchaser to have a clean sale when they come in? You know, those kinds of questions are questions you need to take into account in contract negotiations and drafting. Our colleague, Michael Mafabi, spoke about construction law. Construction law is largely about contract negotiation, drafting, and contract management. So contract management happens when you're talking about a contract which has been signed, but then there is a post-contracting phase where you have to look at what is the allocation of obligations. Are they being followed by the parties? Is there an unfair extension of obligations to a party which is not envisaged under the contract? You know, those kinds of things. Are we checking the boxes? If it's providing for guarantees, is a guarantee in place? What kind of guarantee is it? You know, a whole area of law, which is just contracts. And that in itself can take you an entire lifetime. Commercial litigation, this is really at the interplay of understanding your role as a corporate and commercial lawyer, but interplaying that together with your litigation hat. As you will see in practice, you will come to discover that litigation is a whole area of law, and you cannot be a master of it and at the same time be an expert in corporate and commercial law. So sometimes you need some hands, some extra hands. And that's the beauty of being in a law firm. Like for us who are in law firms, you don't have to do the whole thing yourself. You can bring your tax expertise, another colleague can bring commercial expertise, another person can bring litigation expertise. And then you bring your combined force to bear on a matter, and there's nothing else that you're going to leave unturned. You have IP, which my senior members there are experts in. TMT, I think TMT is going to be the practice of the future. IP and TMT, actually, those two are the practice of the future because there's an interaction between technology and those two areas. TMT is technology, media, and telecommunications. And those somehow interplay with IP as well. And you've heard from the experts what they're telling you. That which they've told you about the scope of that area of practice is still part of corporate and commercial practice. You have mergers and acquisitions. This is not a distinct area of law, but it's an area of practice which cuts across all laws. All the laws and areas of practice I've just mentioned will always come to bear whenever you're dealing with mergers and acquisitions. You're going to be inquiring into taxes, you're going to be inquiring into labor laws, human rights, if any policies exist, anti-sexual harassment, IP, land law, etc. So if you want to be an all-round seasoned lawyer, this is not a bad area to look at because it transcends all areas of practice because you're going to be examining an area with a view to identifying risks for a potential acquirer, or you're going to be ring-fencing the vendor against undue extension of liabilities, indemnities, and warranties. So it's something that will always be very interesting. Then, of course, I saved the best for last, as you may have suspected, tax advisory and litigation. So this is a subspecies still of corporate and commercial practice, and this is my area of specialization. When I left, actually when I was still in law school in third year, I met a gentleman called Frank Mugabe. Frank Mugabe is a Ugandan trained lawyer who practices in the US. This gentleman must know him. He had done LLB in Makerere and he had a first class, by the way. And he had gone on to join PricewaterhouseCoopers in the US and had completed an LLM in Harvard. And he had joined, after that, DLA Piper, which is a global firm, and I think it is associated with S&L in Uganda. He was a tax lawyer. This guy was very inspiring to me. Everything that I wanted to be, I saw in this guy. So I said, I am going to be a tax lawyer as well. So from third year, I made that decision. So it was very easy for me. It may be hard for you to find something to specialize in too early. That is also understandable. But for me, it was easy because I found this guy, I saw his life, I saw what he stood for, how he carried himself, and I said, I have found what I want. This is it. I'm going to go for it. And I went for it. Incidentally, when I left law school, most of the big law firms were looking for me. I did not join them. I went to PwC because I was trying to mirror what Frank had done. And then I did a bit of a brief stint at Shonobi, Musoke & Co., but that was really for 2 months as I was trying to go for masters. So it was really more of a transition to just understand how law firms work and if they have anything that I have been missing by being in an accounting firm. So for me, tax is something I have done for virtually over 18 years. 18 years because I started it from third year, and I've been doing it. It is something that if you wake me up and you try to ambush me, I might be able to give you a 95% correct answer. Having said that, it is an area which is so wide, so expansive. You must learn every day. And I'm sure you probably know, every year a budget is passed by the government, and that budget has tax provisions. So there's always going to be some tax amendment acts. So you have to learn year on year. But of course, once you have the base principles, the foundation principles, you can never go wrong, because everything then builds off what you know, and it's just an extension of what you know, but with a different tangent. So all these areas, which I've just mentioned, fall within the general rubric of commercial law. Now, in the age that we live in today, you cannot be an expert of all this stuff. There's simply no time to be an expert of all these things. It's corporate and commercial, but it's so wide and multifaceted, you have to be honest with yourself and select a few areas that you're going to focus on. Now, just to take a step back, obviously opinions will vary. But as a young upcoming lawyer, I would suggest you first master all areas of law, which is what I did when I was in university. There is no law which I did not read if it was on the syllabus, and if it was within the course unit that I had offered to take. I read every law, I read every statute cover to cover, and there was a purpose to that. I never wanted to enter an exam room and I have been outspotted. I never wanted that. I wanted to be able to enter an exam room and I know everything. Then the choice is mine to make what question I am going to do, based on some dynamics of who is setting it. Some courses are taught by 2 people and some guys are harder than others. So you have to make some judgments. I know both questions, but probably Professor Kakoza is more stringent than Augustine. What do I do? I think let me do the number that Augustine has said, because it's going to mark it. So you have to be a bit intelligent as well about how you make your choices. It's about smart decision making as well. You don't just walk into a trap and you trust your energies to outdo the trap. If you can avoid the trap, please do, right? It's really part of basic life self-management. So these areas here, even tax alone, by the way, when I was going to New York, I selected a very specific area of tax law, which is international tax law. And I remember speaking to a colleague who told me, international tax, that sounds so global. And in Uganda, it's not there. How are you going to thrive in this market if you intend to come back? But I think I was always a bit of a risk taker. And one thing which inspired me was the idea that this thing is international. So I wanted to have something international to my name. And I said, yes, I'm aware, but I am going to do international tax. But as I later came to discover, actually, every domestic tax law has international tax in it. So the word international tax can be actually misleading. It's not that you're going to do the tax laws of the globe. You're going to study tax law, the depth of it, and how it interacts with cross-border transactions. And that can be on a jurisdiction by jurisdiction basis. So that particular area of law is so wide. We even have subspecialties within it. We have tax treaties, we have transfer pricing, we have corporate mergers and acquisitions, so many things. Even within that area, when I was practicing in the US, I practiced in the US for some 2 years, by the way, in PwC New York. I used to be in the international tax group, and within the international tax group, there was a private equity group. So I was working with a private equity group of the wider international tax group. There were guys who were focusing on domestic mergers and acquisitions in the US context. Then there was a whole group focused on cross-border mergers and acquisitions. This is on tax, not even corporate. So that is how broad these areas of law can be. So at your level, master every law, but have a mindset of knowing that at some point, and it is for you now to determine which point, depending on your individual circumstances, at some point you're going to have to specialize, because there is no way you're going to pass as a generalist. If you come as a general corporate lawyer and they say there's a tax issue here, we'll take you to school if you find us, because we are specialists in tax law. So you want to put yourself in a position where you can take people to school in your area of specialization. Don't just pass as a general lawyer, because anybody can be a lawyer. And I'm not trying to denigrate those who have not specialized. But if you think about it broadly, law is logic. Law is logic. It's really don't do wrong, do right. If you can sum up those two statements, you know the law. Okay? you know the law. It is only in exceptional cases where the law is, somebody who mentioned that the law is an us. This is an expression by the English people, although somebody would call it a French expression in modern language. It is only in very limited instances where the law will give you a counterintuitive result. But 99% of the time, the law is logic. And if you can master your logic, then you know the law. And the logic, by the way, can be learned. There is logic which is inherent, which is innate, you are born with it, but there's also logic which can be learned. And for you to learn that logic, you need to have studied widely to be able to have the ability to make educated guesses about what the law ought to be. And then from that educated guess, you then delve into a more detailed inquiry of whether the law is what you think it is, based on the initial logic that you have. If you can do that, you're going to be excellent as a lawyer. Now, how do you choose a specialty in this area? You must be honest with yourself. The first thing to choosing something and to becoming excellent at something is to really love what you're choosing. You're not going to simply say, IP lawyers are making money, so let me become an IP lawyer. Of course, if your capacity and interest support that, then take the decision. But don't try to superimpose yourself on something which innately, and bearing in mind your capabilities, you may not be able to excel at it. There are people who are good public speakers, okay? There are people who are very persuasive. Those kinds of guys are very good in litigation, but they're also good in contract negotiation. Why don't you pick an area which gives you the best ability to excel at something? There are people who are good in math, and there are people who are good in numerical reasoning. Those kinds of guys tend to be good at tax, okay? If you have those capabilities, harness them, advance them. So choose something which, from my point of view, meets at least two criteria. One, you have the inherent ability to understand it, digest it, and take it to the next level in terms of your capabilities. Number two, have passion for it. If you have those two things, then 50% you're going to succeed. So if I wake up today and I say, I want to be, let me see what I would say I want to be here, which is out of my league. Let's say, for example, IP and TMT. It's not something I've dealt with for a very long time. I did a class in intellectual property, but that was it. So if I try to wake up today and I want to compete with Augustine because all of a sudden there's a lot of money in IP, I might be an average lawyer in that area, and I don't want to be an average lawyer. I want to be a top lawyer. So I am going to choose something which meets my criteria, but also gives me the passion of something I want to be. So for me, that really is the gist of it. The other point, obviously, which is a pragmatic question, in choosing a specialization, think about the market potential of that specialization. There are some areas which don't have a market potential today, but if you project 20 years ahead, they're likely to have. But there are those which are really closed-ended. And I'm not going to name any in particular because these are relatively juicy areas. But there are areas where you can see it's closed-ended. For example, I want to specialize, let me give an example. I want to do insurance law, and I want to be an expert in that. You could become an expert indeed, but the chances that you're going to have the volumes to turn it around, because the volumes determine business. The concept is the same whether you're selling beans or selling legal services. You need the volumes to turn around to make you money. So you need to choose something which also can give you something on the table in order to send your kids to school. Otherwise, if you just want to be, what kind of lawyer do you want to be? Let's say I specialize in petty crimes, you know? Let's just give that example. Okay, you've stolen chicken, I am going to represent you. Okay, I'm like a public defender. I mean, it's great. In the grand scheme of things, you're working beyond self. There's a purpose to it, but when the school sends you an invoice for the next term, these guys who are stealing chicken, they may not be able to pay your fees for you to be able to pay on. So bear that in mind, really just as pragmatic parental advice in your selections. Now, it does not mean that if you choose the capitalist route, like this table has chosen, you don't have to work in public interest. You can work in public interest. You can designate time to advance causes which are public interest. Outside the law, within the law, pro bono work, and all that. You can lend some time to a parliamentary committee to dissect a law, make some contributions. All that is public service. But you just have to be mindful that you must have a proper blend between what is potentially rewarding from a financial standpoint in order for you to meet your obligations vis-a-vis that which advances the greater call, if I can call it the Great Commission. You know the Great Commission in Genesis? It's great stuff, but also have some time for private accumulation of some means to be able to take care of your objectives. And I'm sure God himself would want you to take care of the people in your custody. And for you to do that, you must spare some time, right? So could you move on to the next slide? I may have touched on some subsequent slides. And if I'm taking so much time, please tell me, because I am mindful that we've already moved significantly past lunchtime. So I was talking about the key considerations. What should you look at when specializing? So I've spoken about that. I'm going to speak about the next thing, which is how do you get ready? Okay? How do you get ready to become the next generation lawyer that people will speak about, that clients will come to? It starts with the simple things. By the way, there's no rocket science to greatness. There's no rocket science. The entire morning you've had advice, and I'm going to echo the same advice. No rocket science. There are two things. Okay, maybe three things. Number one, work hard. Number two, be consistent. Don't work hard today and lose track tomorrow. So work hard, be consistent, and have some humility. Okay? Humility will get you friends. Okay? Friends will get you networks, and networks will get you business, and business will get you far. So those are the three things. And of course, if you have humility, God will be kind to you, because God hates arrogant people. I'm sure you know this. The Uganda Christian University would have taught you a lot about this, right? So those are the three things I would focus on. So if you're really, really purposeful, you wake up every day, you have a target, you're working towards that target, okay? You're not trying to change objectives the following day. You continue to the same thing, there is no stopping. You will become unstoppable, you will become so great. It does not matter what you're doing, you will become great at it. Let me tell you some true stories, which are personal stories, just to illustrate that point which I have just made. When I joined Makerere, I came from a village school, by the way. I came from a school called Excel High School in Masindi, from A level. That was my first time to come to Kampala. I came to Kampala to pick my admission from Makerere. I was even nervous about getting lost. I was a bit nervous, but I was always a risk taker in some sense. I said, I cannot fail to figure this thing out, so I am going anyway. But I had that nervousness of, if I get to Kampala and I get lost, what's going to happen? So as we're driving to Kampala, when you're coming from Masindi, the first invitations to Kampala would be in Kawempe. And it looked so vast and so grand and potentially confusing. I was wondering whether I was going to manage. So the first day in class, somehow everybody knew someone. You know, the social circles somehow find a way to reorganize themselves and to feed back to where people come from. There's a gentleman who was speaking about SMARC. So you'll find somebody from SMARC, he knows somebody from SMARC. Maybe they went together to school while they were at Budo in O-level, you know, that kind of network. So in the whole class, I was alone, who didn't know anyone or who had any loose network. So that dawned on me. I was not very naive to know that at that time, that to make it in life, you need networks. I was not naive at all. But I knew that these networks don't come on their own. there must be something within the networks that get attracted to you. And then you can plug into the networks. Okay? So I set out from day one with one specific objective. Read the books, crack those books, beat these guys. They are going to come to you. Very, very simple. Very simple mission from day one. By the end of semester 2, because semester 1 results came around mid-semester 2 of first year, I had friends, I had networks. And the rest is history. The rest is history. And one of the things I was really focusing on when I was reading hard was, in the event the networks don't work, at least I'll become a lecturer. Because I knew that when you read hard, you become a lecturer, and there's no choice there. It's not about who knows you. It's just, you're the best, they've got to give you something. So that was my target, but somehow better things came along, and the rest is history. So that's number one. So consistency in having read from day one all the way to the end got me the networks, got me the grades, got me the recommendations I needed to get to NYU. Actually, my professor, Dr. Henry Honoria, had offered to recommend me to Cambridge, the University of Cambridge. But I was a bit adamant because I had seen Frank, he was in the States. I said, no, I don't want to go to Cambridge. I want to go to NYU. So give me a recommendation for NYU. And that was it. And why I was choosing NYU is because they are top dog in tax law. So I wanted to go to the epicenter of where it all happens. So for me, hard work is what got me to where I am today. It is what has brought me to this podium to speak to you. If it wasn't that, I would be down there in the village. I would be down there in the village. So that's number one. Now, you have to understand one thing, that even in an environment where networks count, merit supersedes all. Nobody should lie to you. Even if you're the son of, I don't know, who is the highest authority? The president? The president. Even if you're the son of the president, there are some things you can't get on merit. Okay? So there is somebody who is not a son of the president who will take some position on merit. And you want that person to be you. Okay? You want that person to be you. So put in your time. Make yourself the best at what you do. It doesn't have to be the law. It can be anything. And if you do that, the universe will not turn its back on you. That one I can guarantee you. So that was the first example. Of course, the second example has been in agriculture. By the way, I do agriculture. A lot of agriculture. I have been doing agriculture for the last 10 years. And if you speak about consistency, for me, that is the biggest point. When I returned from the US, I started some mild agriculture in 2013. It was a very small-scale operation. Of course, small scale in relative terms, because I had my ambitions. So I started a farm of 150 acres. But that was small scale relative to what we're talking about today. That was very small scale. But with consistency, waking up every day, creating a new task, following up on that task. By 2024, which is 10 years, I have 10,000 acres of estate. 10,000 acres of estate. And I have just closed a major M&A transaction where I am the client and I am also the lawyer. You understand? So for me, the story I have learned from these two incidences is if you wake up every day and you add a block to what you had yesterday, and you add another block the following day, and another block the following day, there's no limit to what you can achieve. So I think I'll momentarily end it here to allow the fireside chat to take place. Thank you very much.
Wow, guys, sort of like lost for words. have nothing to say after he said that. But I just want to ask us once again to give a round of applause to Festus for this brilliant presentation. Festus, it's a great pleasure having you here. Brilliant presentation. I've been wondering what to ask because all my questions have been answered. But I always have something. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions. You forgive me, I'll be reading them because they kept coming in. And now that you've told us your life story, you know, it was very, very tough for you coming to Kampala. I know there's someone who's similar there. They definitely would probably have learned something. Personally, I came from some district in eastern Uganda, very small, called Mbale. Yeah, many people don't know that about me, but yeah. With respect to, so during YOLO school, you did certain things, not just academic, by the way. You are an overachiever who became a guild speaker. You served as guild speaker. You also participated in the in the All Africa moot court competitions. I want you to tell us how those experiences informed the person you are today. And also, I would like you to tell us how much effort it took for you to do that and how you are able to balance those aspects. It'd be really good to hear from you because personally, I serve as spokesperson of the Law Society. I serve as a co-head of a finance desk in an investment firm. So sometimes it gets incredibly challenging. And very many other people who are here, the guild leaders, to manage. Sometimes you have to run back, do the hours, do 20 hours a day, and sometimes it's not fancy. So I just want to know how you manage that and how they helped you grow, what skills did you learn? So for the person in the audience to be able to learn something or two or maybe also aspire to contest.
Thank you very much. Remy? Yeah, so look, the motivations that I had to participate in these things may have been varied and different at that time. But sometimes you connect the dots after. I'll tell you a funny story about the moot court competition. So in law school, I chose the commercial subjects that I have just been talking about. The only engagement that came close to human rights law, and this was a human rights moot, was constitutional law, which, as you know, has chapter 4, right? So when the moot came up, I don't remember if it was third year or fourth year, I think it was probably end of third year. The moot was going to be in South Africa. And I was like, okay, I didn't do human rights, humanitarian law, international law, but I want to go to South Africa. So why don't I just participate in this thing and see where it's going? So I went for it. We competed at Makerere level, and for some reason, the lecturers thought that I was a good speaker. So although I was very thin on the content, because I had not done the subject, although I was thin on the content, they chose me for being a good speaker. And they said, take some time to understand this human rights stuff. By the time the moot is coming up, we think you'll be okay. And yes, we went on to South Africa eventually. It was a very good experience. It was my first time out of East Africa. I had been to Kenya and Tanzania before, but I really wanted to get a South African feel. So we got there and we did so well. My partner was Crystal Kabajwara, who is an excellent lawyer. She has done her time in PwC, risen to the ranks. She's now chairperson, Tax Appeals Tribunal. So Kabajwara and I put on a very, very good show. And I remember she was 9th best oralist. I was 10th best oralist overall. And I think we were either top 3 or top 5. I don't remember the numbers. Top 5 as a team. So it was quite interesting. But for me, what motivated me at that time was I wanted to go out of the country, see something beyond Uganda. What I learned later was that stuff counts eventually. Because employers and universities, if you're applying for masters, they want to see something beyond the academics. So it helped me in that sense, despite the fact that my motivations were different. Then the speaker thing, I was actually GRC before I became speaker. I don't recall exactly what made me enter politics at that time, but I do remember that many people, because at that time I was famous, I was like a celebrity in Livingston Hall. Everybody was talking about me as that kid in the law school. So people came and encouraged me and said, look, we need you to be in this thing. There's no way we can have such a person who is so good, who is in the background. You need to lead us. So they encouraged me to become a GRC. I became that. I finished the subsequent year. I competed for speaker. And by the way, everybody dropped out and just said, wow, let this guy become the speaker. So I didn't have to do the dirty politics that people do, but people just had faith that I could do it. And for me, I learned two things out of that. One is the fact that if you're diligent, people will trust you with responsibilities. And the more responsibilities you get, the more blessings you get, the more you grow your networks. So if you can't do it for the public purpose, if you can't do it for a calling, at least do it for the fact that it's going to earn dividends at some point down the line. And even if you may lose a bit of the time to pursue the academics to the level of distinction you want, because now you have to balance, the collective benefit of having a bit of exposure in dealing with people will counterbalance the loss you will have made on the academic side.
Thank you. That's pretty brilliant, because I had similar thoughts actually when the President Law Society invited me to serve as spokesperson. I was so worried that maybe something would happen. And I just said, as you always said, you're a risk taker. I'm also a very ardent risk taker. So I just went in and said, okay, I'm going to take this on and then see how it goes. But, well, I think it's turned out quite pretty well, and I appreciate that. So having answered that, and the key point is diligence, there's a question I wanted to ask you with respect to skills, yeah? You mentioned that you were at PwC for a period of time, and I'm sure in there you are looking at a couple of financial statements. From my own perspective, I've personally taken on the SCCA, and thankful to you because I started taking it on when you spoke at the Makerere Law School. I was there, I was present, and you said, it's good for someone to do that. And I remember that conversation at the career day. You mentioned something about how, when I looked at the Alternative Legal Services Act of the UK, how other careers are seeping into law and how people are beginning to own, and by extension, I'll go ahead and discuss a couple of other things. So I wanted to know, do you think that lawyers should go ahead and learn some technical skills in various things? And to what extent do you think those are very important in helping them to sort of like grow their network, first of all, of clients, and also to grow their own careers?
So that's a very fundamental point that you raise. For you to be a good lawyer, you must interact with the world. And you must understand the world. You must understand the things which motivate the people in the world. And there's no better way to do that than to try to do something outside the law. That's number one. Number two, there are some basic skills which we take for granted. Probably you guys have grown up in the computer age. Probably everybody here knows computers. In our time, you needed to be proactive to learn some computer applications. So I remember when I was in MOOC, probably second year, I enrolled for a course, certificate in computer applications. At that time, I was the only law student who went for that course. It looked funny at that time, but the ability to manipulate computers is a great skill for a lawyer. That presentation there, which you saw charts and all that, I learned that from computer school. I didn't learn it from law school. And when I joined PwC and eventually went to the US, those guys love PowerPoint. Everything they present in PowerPoint, even an opinion, will always have a chart which is trying to, show how things are moving. So if you don't have the ability to represent information visually, then sometimes you're going to have trouble explaining concepts and principles to people. So a computer skill, I would say, everybody should learn computers. Everybody, whether you're a lawyer or anyone else. You need that. Now, there are simple things which we can take for granted. A driver's license, right? We call it a driving permit in Uganda, right? A driving permit, that thing sounds mundane, right? You need to have it. You need to have it. Because sometimes you can be given a job which requires you to commute. And the one skill you find handy is the ability to drive. Simple, simple things. They look mundane to a lawyer, but incrementally, they impact your ability as a lawyer. Things like public speaking. For me, I was a very shy person. I think I still consider myself a shy person, although I have the courage to overcome that in moments of public speaking. So you need to practice public speaking. I mean, even if you speak to yourself, it's fine, but you have to practice public speaking. You have to practice persuasive speaking. You don't know how many times you're writing a legal opinion, you cancel out things, you rewrite them, and you're not convinced that this is the right way to put it. You cancel it out, you rewrite it, until you get to a level where you say, I am satisfied that this is the best way to put this speech forward. And this is all about, it starts with public speaking. How can you speak and people listen? How can you speak and be understood? And how can you speak and people accept that the viewpoint you're raising makes some sense? They may not agree entirely, but at least they can understand where you're coming from. That is really the essence of anybody who wants to be a commercial practitioner. Whether you're going to court, whether you're going to the boardroom, whether you're going to brief the executive on the direction the company should take. You need to be able to speak, to be heard, but to be persuasive as well.
Brilliant. So skilling, guys. Make sure you learn those ulterior skills on the outside other than law. Another question I'm going to ask, and then I'll let the audience give you the questions they have. There are about 3 questions from the audience. I've received notes here. So the other thing is preparing. How can students, especially students who are interested in studying postgrads, you are a Hausa Global Scholar, and you did the Hausa Global Scholarship. You got into that program. And very few people get into that program. I think about 10 on an annual basis. 10, yeah. Yes. So I want to understand how can students, on top of just being excellent, prepare themselves for such, great opportunities, postgrads and the like, before we transition into the audience.
So my limited experience shows that universities, especially overseas universities, they want all-rounded individuals. They want top academics. By the way, make no mistake about that. They want top academics. And top is a concept, is a relative concept. It doesn't mean that it has to be top first class. But it should really be top of your group, top 1%, top 5%. They want that. So you need to have that. There's no 2 ways around it. So that's number 1. But number 2, they like a person who has exceeded what is demanded in the classroom. So things like what you're doing, moderating a panel of experts, that's exceptional stuff you're doing. You're on the right track. Leadership positions in law school, journal moderations, editorials, writing articles. Universities abroad like that kind of stuff. Volunteership. You need to show that you've done something beyond yourself. You're not just thinking about yourself, you're thinking about others. And you have a vision to change society in the limited way in which you want to contribute. So for you to have a coherent, credible story, it must not just show in what you're saying, but in what you have. And you need to have that kind of.
Brilliant. I'm tempted to ask another question, but in the interest of time, I'm going to allow the audience to give us questions. There was one question from Fred. Fred, Wendy, and where's Trevor? Yeah, Trevor Twase. They had questions I needed to ask. Yeah, only 3 questions I'm taking. There'll be a general, yes.
Guys, if you're asking questions, can you just kindly come up so that we can make this a bit hasty? So those of you that were called. Yeah, okay, this mic is now working, so.
I greet you. Thanks to everyone. So Festus, my question will be this, and I start from your last presentation on the farming. You run a project under Muhazi. I ask that because I'm interested in energy. Energy. I breed energy. I love energy. That's all I love. That's all. The project is addressing the solution on ethanol. First of all, I want to tell you I respect you for that because I want to ask a question. If you answer, I don't know, I failed to find an answer. So to this day, the fact that you have a solution and believe it is marketable and it can make money is big. This is it. When you use sugarcane gives you 0.45 watts per square meter. When you use corn, it gives you 0.25 watts per square meter. When you look at the demand of fuel, I'm talking the fuel we are already using, not biofuels. By 2005, we were looking at about 2 billion metric tons of it. Currently, we are looking at 4.5 billion tons of it. If I'm to use the 2005 average, for us to achieve 2.5 billion realized, we need about 40% of the arable land we have in the world. To plant sugarcane, we need about 72% of it when we plant corn. If we are to use the average that we have now currently, we won't have land livable. So I want to know, because I will tell you the truth, even you have realized, ethanol worldwide has realized to be not profitable. So I want to see how you realized it. Two is, how do us who have an interest in energy come in? And I'm not looking at the idea in Uganda on oil and gas, because for me it's already crowded. The other aspects that we would look at. Thank you so much.
Hi, my apologies. If you have any questions, I'll just ask you to line up right now. For the other panelists and the panelist that has the mic right now, we would only be taking 4 questions. So if you want it, first come, first serves, guys.
Yeah, so in a minute, you'll ask the question. Let me take that question before I forget the question. So I'm going to answer it. But that's very impressive. I don't know how you get these numbers. I had not specifically done a comparison across the different sources of energy. But the beauty with ethanol from sugarcane, which can also come from corn, by the way, is that it's renewable. And because it's renewable, it's not like coal, which you can mine, exhaust, cause major damage, and it's finished. And it also pollutes a lot. The beauty with renewable energy is that you are using a resource which can be renewed, as the word sounds, which means it can be a perpetual source of energy, while it's creating jobs at the same time and saving the planet from further depletion. On the question of how do you make ethanol profitable, you don't take ethanol as the only product in the line. So for example, in our project, we're looking at sugar, we're looking at power which is gas-fired power, and then all those are economic units which are giving you money, and then you have ethanol, which is going to compete with petroleum and all these other things. If you look at the markets today, the guys who are producing ENA and RS, I'll use those terms because I suspect you know now. So the guys who are producing that in Uganda, in this market, they are making money. So if you blend that together with the other two products, you will definitely be able to break even, but also profit. Bearing in mind that if you have a plant like the one we plan to do, you will generate at least 9 megawatts of power. So that you're selling. You're generating about 90 tons of sugar. That you're selling as well. And the ethanol is just really an added byproduct, which also has these added advantages. So you had a second question, which I may have missed while I was trying to calculate the numbers you were talking about.
Yes, the other question was, like I've told you, some of us have interest in energy as a whole. But you see, the energy, when you talk to people in Uganda about energy, all they will throw to you is the oil and gas. Yeah. Yet for me, there's a whole, like you're already seeing, that's already an energy, like an energy space. So one is to inquire from the time, of course, that you've invested. There must be fields you feel we should invest more time in. For example, specifically like us that are interested in energy. So such fields, yeah.
Yeah, so that's an excellent question. The world generally is moving towards clean energy. Clean energy. So it's moving away from the conventional oil and gas, coal, and all these dirty sources of energy. So anything which takes you in the direction of clean energy, which can be solar, for example, which can be hydro, or anything which takes you in the space of renewable energy, that you're going to have a future. Because everybody is moving towards environmental conservation. And people are going to move away from conventional oil and gas and focus on clean energy. Even the ethanol, by the way, it is going to be highly marketable. Because if you see like Brazil, US, and all these other countries have passed what they call legislative mandates. There's a certain blending percentage you must have, which is renewable within the existing conventional fuels. Uganda is moving in that direction. We passed the Biofuels Act 2018. I don't know if you're already aware. And the Minister of Energy is trying to pilot a program where they will do some mandates, probably at 1% in the inception, but eventually ramp it up. You're going to need a lot of biofuel sources. On the sugarcane point taking over the world, which is a point you mentioned, in order for you to have enough energy for everyone, I think every nation which is very purposeful on policy is doing an energy mix. So you don't focus on biofuels alone, you have a blend so that you can be able to balance these other requirements, like food crops, for food security and that. So you need to have a blend where you can have some solar, some hydro, some biofuels, then that can give you a perfect balance in order to meet the interests of all stakeholders.
So we shall be having questions shall go for only 30 seconds, and I would very kindly request the panelists to keep the replies as brief as possible. We would like to, I know people have classes and some have tests going forward, so by 2:35 we'd like to close. We'll take them in intervals of 2, so the first 2 and then the last 2 will. Oh, and please address the question to whomever it is intended to. Thank you.
Maybe before they ask, there's a question on why you returned, because you've told us Frank Mugabe stayed in the US, another gentleman, Kalunji, also stayed in the US. Yeah. Why did you return? Because you are on Wall Street, probably you're earning 250K USD. Briefly answer that question before the guys.
So the only tangent to my ambitions and aspirations, when I was going to the US, I had this thing at the back of my mind that I was going to return. I felt that there was a better chance to make it big here with an impact. In the US, you can be big, but with almost negligible impact because those guys are big. They are really, really big. But here, if you are big, you have meaningful impact. So I thought that I should be big, but also I should have impact. Yeah.
All protocol observed. Hope I'm clear. My name is Tose Trevor, and today I think it's a field day for Smarkists, because I'm also a Smarkist, but let me keep my question brief. So I was asking, the talk has been about law firms, judiciary, and all that, but me, I have a passion. I want to join the big four audit firms. Yeah, it's also a field where lawyers can be. So the talk has always been law firms, judiciary, and all that. But I'm requesting for an insight because you worked at PricewaterhouseCoopers, so never know in the future. I would also want to be at Deloitte, Ernst & Young, and all that. Okay, let me end it in 30 seconds. You have told us to read hard and work hard. But if you don't put your theory into practice, it doesn't make sense. So all the guest speakers today are from top law firms. And honestly, I had an opportunity to also to intern at a top law firm. I think he mentioned it, Shonubi Musoke. But I got an invaluable experience. And I would also want my other colleagues to actually get that experience and know how things work. So I'm just requesting to shed more light on how you can actually give us those opportunities in law firms, because here it's not compulsory, internship is not compulsory, people just apply. So those are my questions. Thank you so much.
All right, so let me take the first and the second before you come. So the traditional career of a lawyer is gone, by the way. The traditional career of a lawyer is gone. You want to be in a law firm? Fantastic, but there are not so many law firms. You want to be in the judiciary? Fine, but the judge ceilings are all the time being capped, unless you want to be a magistrate for quite a long period of time, which is not ideal for somebody who wants to go forward. What else? Academics is good, and I think it's open-ended. If you're determined, you'll get in and you'll move. But having said that, because the world is getting increasingly small for a huge crowd of lawyers, you have to think beyond the traditional thinking of law firm, judiciary, academics. Think broad. You can start your own business. You guys are lucky there is internet today. Internet, all sorts of apps. There are guys who are starting forming apps these days, generating apps, programming things. Somebody is a lawyer but is into IT space and is advancing. So open your mind. If you want to grow as a lawyer, you can definitely take a shot at the big law firms or the moderate law firms, but keep an open mind. For me, I have found that if I was sitting at a law firm every day, day in, day out, and doing nothing else, I would be bored. So for me, the farming was therapeutic in a sense that if it's Friday, 5 p.m., I shut off the legal stuff, I am now focused on farming. And I enjoyed the questions the gentleman was asking because we've been into those kinds of simulations, numbers, agronomy, etc. It gives me a chance to study something which is completely new and a chance to explore. I could have been with capacity to do something else other than law. So for me, it keeps me alive. So I would say, if you want to thrive in the world which we're in today, think beyond the law. I mean, if you decide to become a lawyer, you're in a law firm, give it your best, but also have an open mind to look into other potential opportunities. Then, how can you get into a law firm? If you apply, you see the Bible, what does the Bible say? Ask and you'll be given, right? So, apply. Apply for these internships, make a case where you need to be an intern, demonstrate why you're good and what value addition you're going to add in your personal statement or that cover letter. We review all these things all the time, and we offer these placements. I'm sure every law firm is doing the same thing. So the door is open, but you got to knock it, and it will be opened for you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Festus. My name is Wendy Kasemire. And today I'm going to be asking you about merging fields, particularly when you are talking about how you are exploring things outside the normal fields of law that people do. You are literally tugging at my heartstrings. Because for me, I wasn't interested in private practice, but I have to say you've changed my mind. Because if anyone knows me, my goal has been judiciary. But now I've found something better to merge my two passions. I'm particularly interested in technology and tax, which you major in. And I wanted, when they introduced IFRIS, is when I realized how Ugandans are so ignorant about the tax system and how business people like myself, I'm a business owner and I love business. It's a very big passion that I want to pursue. I realized that people are so ignorant about the tax system and business people are suffering. So I want to ask how you as a tax professional, how do you merge fields like the tech and the tax? Because now when we see IFRIS, people want transparency in business because there's a lot of corruption in the tax system. And as someone who has imported goods into this country, it's not as easy as people say online. Order from Shein, Alibaba.com. It's not as easy as the adverts say it is. So you as a tax professional, how do you think the policy can help? How do you think policies can develop to help people, business people, merge the tech? Because the world is going digital. If you're doing business and you don't understand the digital world, you're going to suffer. Because if you're importing things from China and you're using maybe a vendor, someone is going to use Alibaba.com, they'll sell things at a cheaper price and you'll fail to compete. So my question is, how do you merge the two aspects of the law, digital and tax? I'd really love for you to expound on that.
Maybe before you answer, I just wanted to mention that after Wendy, the questions are open to the panelists. So you can go ahead and answer those. So Festus, if you can answer that, and then...
Thanks. So the world we live in today, if you want to succeed, you're not going to run away from digital. Few people are already up to date with digital in business, but everybody needs to embrace that. Even as a lawyer today, do you know that by the time you guys join law firms, opinions will be drafted by artificial intelligence? And your role will be to moderate the AI to make sure that it's capturing the right context. So for example, today, if I have any question, the first reference is artificial intelligence. I go to artificial intelligence. I know what I'm looking for, but I want to see what does artificial intelligence think. Because it's likely to be 80% close to the logic of where we're trying to go. And then now I can beef it up with human intelligence to make sure that I have an opinion which is robust. So everybody needs to go digital. Like it or not, if you don't go digital, you're going to be wiped out. And this is a message across. Even lawyers, the legal profession is moving digital. Opinions are being churned out faster. What you would need 5 days to do back then, you can do in hours, because the AI can do the draft, and then your work will be now to just fine-tune it, bring it to the speed where it needs to be. So that is true for business. I have learned a lot over the last 1 year. I have been through a major transformation for my own project, taking it online, speaking to bankers, speaking to engineering firms. All these guys, they are on technology. A factory is set up on paper, on a 3D model, even before it is put on site. And it is double-checked and fine-tuned. And so everybody is going digital. We all have to embrace it. If we don't, we will be swallowed up.
Thank you so much. My name is Oris, and mine also comes from that line, addressed to Augustine, Councillor Augustine. My question is, because we are heading towards the 4th industrial revolution, and unlike the case was before, where it would wait for people to move with that kind of speed, it seems technology is so much on us because of the competition within the tech, the big tech companies. So my question is, yes, we must move digital, but the truth is that some of our works, or the work we do as lawyers, is going to be covered by some of the artificial intelligence mechanisms or platforms which are being introduced. So my question is, how can a young lawyer today work best to be among those who are going to be retained, so that tomorrow they don't face the problem as we have seen some of the workers today being pushed out because they were not able to advance and kept living in denial. So my question specifically is, what should a young lawyer do to find a space in what counsel is talking about?
Okay, thank you. It's an interesting but also wide, but let me try to summarize. Digitization of the economy is going to come with opportunities, but it will also inevitably create some kind of challenges. For lawyers, it's said that in the next 5 to 10 years, artificial intelligence and digitization is going to take away between 15% to 25% of legal work. And possibly, that's even a speculative number. The number could even be a little bit on the high side. So we definitely are going to have challenges. Right now, let's even just look, before we even go to AI, for the lawyers who have been practicing work, the land information management system has been digitized. And so that has taken away potential about 80% of the work that lawyers have been doing. The same thing has happened with company registration. That has also taken away close to over 50%. I don't know when I last received instructions to register a company. And it's not that there is no work, but digitization is taking away jobs. Clients now have direct access to URSB to even lodge their resolutions. There is no need for an intermediary being a lawyer. I'm just giving out a basic bare minimum. We have not even gone to AI. We're just dealing with basic digitization. When you now talk of digitization, and the same thing even for us IP practitioners, nowadays even IP registration things are also going digital. So work is being taken away, and there's nothing that we can do about that. The question that you're raising, what can we do to position ourselves for the future? And it's really, it comes down to a number of things. To begin with, what Festus has been talking about. What are we doing to position ourselves for excellence? And there's something that I really liked what he said. AI can only give you an output depending on your knowledge of the intended input. So it's a question of input-output. If you're not an excellent lawyer, if you don't know what you're searching for, using Festus' words, the logic, there is no way AI is going to substitute you. So AI is supposed to become an enabler, okay, to enhance your delivery, your turn from an opinion of no, you now do it in 2 days. So young lawyers, we implore you to invest in knowledge, to invest in certain inherent non-negotiable skills such as your ability to research. Your knowledge and positioning in the spectrum of the skill set and basically, the generic laws will put you in a much better position to now enhance your knowledge to a level where you now become a specialist. AI is going to affect mostly the general practitioners, people who are neither here nor there. Okay? But when you specialize in a certain in a certain field, in a certain subject, such as maybe, IP or telecommunications or data protection or tax, in the case of Festus, people will still come for you because they still don't trust AI. They still want to have that humane element, which gives them a certain level of a guarantee that indeed this work has been checked out by the expert, and you're the people who we can ultimately, in the case of a professional, negligence kind of issue, we know who to come for. So there is still value for the lawyers, but the lawyers who are going to really ride this wave are those who are going to be specialized and top-level kind of specialized lawyers. So for the young lawyers, don't become comfortable with just being a general, a general practitioner. Find spaces and places where you can become a specialist. That's where the value is going to be protected. That's where AI will take slightly some more time before it can really render you irrelevant. But the market is changing, and we must also evolve and to stay relevant.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, everyone. This is a question I thought the panelists, the moderators would ask because it cuts across the 4 guest speakers. However, I'll address it to Professor Kakoza. Now, in the beginning, you noticed that Professor Kakoza told us that as he started practicing IP in 2002 and came back in Uganda in 2005. As he stated in his words, he said that at that time, the IP law was not yet well grown. And as we know, the Copyrights and Neighbors Act came out in 2006. Council Augustine also stated the same thing. He's practicing IP, and we've seen that he's also into TMT, technology, media, and those other things. Now, my question is, as a young lawyer, most of us, me personally, I don't want to go into saturated areas of law. That is criminal law, that is land law, right? But that is where our parents are telling us to go, because that's where the jobs are. How am I going to, because personally, I'm interested in financial technology law. I have a writing on cryptocurrency regulation. I'm doing another on data privacy and data protection. So now my question is, how do we as young lawyers be able to get into those unsaturated areas of law while still being able to put bread on the table? Because your parent is going to ask you, you're now going to cryptocurrency regulation. Where are you going to get the customers? You're going to data privacy and data protection law. Where are you going to get the customers? And then they will push you to go into the oversaturated areas of law. So how do you get into the unsaturated areas of law while still being able to put bread on the table? Thank you so much.
Professor Kakoza, that would be really good for you to answer. You'd probably...
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. Yes, as I mentioned, I started practice intellectual property in 2005, and indeed, it was still growing at that time. As I mentioned as well, that you need to do a lot of research, readings in all sorts of sectors to see where the gaps are and where you feel the need for you will lie in the future, so that you're driven by your passion for a specific field that you see the need in, and sink your teeth into that. So it's interesting that you've talked about fintech, because even before you mentioned it, I was just going to say, try fintech. And one of the people who is actually an alumni from here, Silva Kayondo, has also dived into fintech regulation. You focus on an area, you know that the potential in that area is there because you've read into it and you've seen that it's a growing area, and then you start your research and readings and trainings so that by the time it becomes big, you're already there. You're already an expert there. Balancing out, as you said, your parents are saying, oh, we need food at the table. Remember, I also said that there are now about 14 law schools. 3, 4 others are coming up. You can do part-time teaching. These law schools need extra people to go and teach there. Many of them, the minimum requirement to start out teaching is just LLB and LDC. The master's follows. And in any case, applying for a master's, one of the advantages for an applicant is if you've had a bit of teaching experience. So you can do part-time teaching as you engage in that area of specialty that you want to build yourself into. And that will help you balance the food that you want as well as becoming an expert over time. Thank you.
I just wanted to supplement. It's important, and I think it was Michael who talked about, you know, the influence of parents. It's important for us to understand that where the world is going, our parents may not necessarily be alive to the realities of the current legal market. And so if you have a parent, for example, who has been a litigator maybe for the last 40 years, he doesn't know about fintechs. You tell him about, you know, the blockchain and cryptocurrencies, he starts thinking that you're a fraud. And he starts worrying and fearing for your safety. So it's important that in as much as you're listening to parents, it's also important that at a certain age, I'm hoping that you can enjoy that kind of mutual respect and communication with your parent to sit down on a fire chat at home to discuss about the future. I've talked about, for example, the need for us to really look up to other people who are better than us, ahead of us, who have done certain things. It's not enough for you to simply be told the future is in a certain area. What does the economy say about that particular subject area? So it's important that you also have candid discussions with your parents to have at least a collaborative arrangement in which your future dreams are not, affected adversely by the dreams and aspirations that your father might have. Your father might be backward thinking in a respectful way. He knows what he has done, but he doesn't know that, land law, for example, the mortgages and all those kind of things, that era is long gone. So I think you need to have candid discussions with your parents, but also I think First has talked about the issue when you're choosing which area. Don't just look at it from a point of passion and what is on social media, what are people talking about. It must also make economic sense in the long term. So have these candid discussions and don't get locked in. But most importantly, you need to understand that everything takes time. These specializations are not an event. They're a process. First has talked about his journey through PwC, his experience with PwC, the New York University LLM. It takes time. You need to put in at least about 5 years of either, day-to-day work, if you're privileged to have a mentor who can give you work, a law firm where you're actually doing the work, or some specialization to actually become an expert. And while you are becoming an expert, it doesn't stop you from representing chicken thieves or representing, other criminal lawyers or doing land law. You can still achieve both, but without losing sight of the future.
Thank you very much. I'm going to... Brilliant discussions here. I wish we could stay for the day. Unfortunately, we can't. But I just want to hand over to the moderators of the day. Thank you so much, Mr. Kunovera, for sparing your time to speak to us. Incredibly pleasure.
Thank you, Remy. Thank you, Remy. A round of applause as they take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so grateful. I hope you enjoyed your time. Did you enjoy your time? I hope you picked not only a leaf, but a tree, including the roots. I want to appreciate you for your patience, for the time that you have taken to be here with us today. We do not take it for granted. Appreciate yourselves for being a very good audience. To our distinguished guests, we are so glad that you had to spare some little time. We don't take it for granted. We are so glad. Actually, if I could kneel, I would kneel, but we are so... Let's appreciate them. I'm short of words. So as we wrap up this session, I want to recognize the presence of our academic registrar, School of Law, Mrs. Claire, who is here with us. Thank you, madam, for joining us. We are so glad. I would love to call upon Quizera to come and give us a vote of thanks. Then we'll get a few administrative announcements and close this session. Thank you. Please clap.
Dear guests, Mr. Augustine, Mr. Kakoza, Mr. Festus, and Mr. Michael in absentia, the university administration, the law society, and the cabinet, and my fellow students, I greet you all. I greet you all. From the student body, we would like to extend our thanks to you for honoring the invitation that the Law Society extended to you. We'd like to thank you for the brilliance and ingenious talks that you've given to us. We thank you for the pointers that you've given us in the careers and the specialties we would like to choose later on in time. And we pray that God may reward you and grant you more wisdom so that you may continue impacting very many people in very many other areas of the country and even globally. yeah, the key points that we've noted as students is that we should work hard, we should be consistent, and have humility, as it will help us navigate very many aspects of life, because humility can get us connections and even better opportunities than academics would, though academics are very crucial. So we thank you for those pointers, and we pray that from wherever you've gotten and from the goodness of your hearts, God may grant you more, and grant you more resources and everything else you may wish to have. Yeah, that's all. Thank you so much. My name is Kwizera, second year law student. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Kwizera. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate her. A round of applause. Thank you for that vote of thanks. Members, I'm here to confirm to you that I know we have very many questions that we wanted to pose to the distinguished guests, but I've been reliably informed that we are yet going to organize an online space to have the conversation keep on. So do not worry, this is not the end of the road. There is still light at the end of the tunnel. So we are going to always invite you guys to join us for our different online spaces and interact with the various guests that we have invited here today. Thank you. I would love to invite the next, I think we're going to have the gift session that is headed by the Vice President. Madam Claire, you're going to join the Law Society as they're going to reward our guests. It's a culture here at Uganda Christian University that whenever our guests come, we always give them a token of appreciation. Please accept it, however small it is, and take it with the gratitude from the Law Society. Please, you can step forward together with Madam Claire as we are going to reward Marilyn and the team. Thank you. Let's appreciate them as they're coming. As we are having the picture moment taking place, the gifts, I would love to call upon the head of Honors College to come and give an administrative announcement. Sir, you're welcome. Media team, please, where are you? Just a moment, Madam Claire. As media team, please, we want you here. Guys, this should be on record. Hillary and your team. Thank you. All right, let's hear from Mr. Dixon as he gives us the administrative announcement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our moderator. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Yeah, protocol observed. My name is Dixon Tumramye. I head Honors College, and I'm grateful to be here this afternoon just to speak to you about the Global 5K run. This run is organized by Honors College in partnership with the Youth Hero Society, and then the class reps, and also other partners that we are working with. So I'm just here to invite you for this run, which is going to be on Saturday, this Saturday, 2nd November, to be at the basketball courts. We begin at exactly 7 a.m. and we go up to 11. This run is just for, we are just fundraising for tuition for every one of us. You know, each one of us at one point, you can run into financial crisis, especially when you're almost going to do your exams. And we are saying that no USU student should ever fail to do exams just because they do not have tuition. That's the reason why I'm calling each one of you. It doesn't matter whether you think that you are able, you don't need this, one day it can happen. Mr. Edun can share with you his testimony, what happened to him one time when he ran to financial aid for assistance. Well, now it's called scholarship office. So please come and join us for this noble cause. If it's not you, it can be your classmate, it can be your seatmate, it can be your roommate, it can be your brother, your sister. If it's not today, it will be tomorrow for someone still from your family. So we really, really need your support. How do you participate? Just come and buy a t-shirt. This t-shirt is 30,000, a bib at 20,000, this cap at 10,000, and that's what you all need to do, and you come and join us. I want to appreciate all of you who have already bought, and those who are still coming to buy. We are so grateful. Our chief runner is Mr. Toyota Kaguta Nwajira Michael. He's going to be joining us on Saturday with other dignitaries. Some members of parliament will be also coming along to join him. So please come and when you see our flyer, because we are doing this in partnership with the UCU Law Society, please, when you see our flyer or our videos, kindly share them, kindly repost, like, do whatever you can, but let's do this together. What you do today for someone, tomorrow will be done for you. God bless you. Thank you so much for your time.
Amen, amen, amen. You are all invited for the run happening on Saturday, and grab yourself a kit from the office of the Honors College office. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased. Danita, could you please raise that up? That is a piece by Jovan and Kathy from the Visual Arts Department. They did that for us in commemoration of this day, and we are going to use it for our picture moment. They're just right behind there. So, guys, let's appreciate them. They are the overflow. Thank you, guys. So I would love to invite the president of the Law Society to come and give us closing remarks. And thereafter, we are going to have a picture moment with our guests. I will give the order for the pictures. Thank you. His Excellency, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you to our distinguished guest speakers. We are deeply grateful for your invaluable insights, expertise, and time. You have really enriched our understanding on various subjects that have been discussed: tax, IP, telecommunications, media, technology, our ambitions, life advice. Thank you. This is invaluable. It's not something we can forget easily. Thank you. To the faculty and administration, thank you so much for behind the scenes work. It's been around 8 weeks planning for this event. But thank you so much for the constant support. And thank you to the students for your enthusiasm and attending and spending your time, taking off your time despite your busy schedule. We are in test period, but you managed to attend. Thank you so much. We still have many programs coming up. We partnered with the Honors College for the Global 5K run happening on Saturday. We are also organizing a law gala. We have so many things coming up. So guys, we're also reviving our website. Should be up next week, up and running. So guys, yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, our guest speakers. Thank you, faculty. Onwards and upwards.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can confirm that we have come to the closure of this event. Thank you so much, and we are going to have a photo moment. I would love to request Madame Claire, plus the President. Please, Mr. President, this is a special moment for you with the guests. You could please step forward for a photo moment. Then, as they are preparing, can we have the cabinet prepare also for a photo moment thereafter? Mr. President, together with your vice and Madame Claire, please step forward for a photo moment. All right. For purposes of record, this art piece of ours is still in progress. It's not yet done, but we just want to have it on record that we had a partnership with them. So we'll have a photo with it, then a photo without it, as it's still ongoing. When it's done, they'll present it to the Law Society for us. Thank you so much, our guests, once again. Just a quick announcement, the writing week is taking place, and you're all invited to take part in the exercise. Tomorrow there'll be a special cabinet, please step forward. Cabinet, UCU Law Society, 2023-2024, please step forward. Let's be a little bit quick. By 3, I need us to be out of this place. So there's a writing week event organized for the first years happening tomorrow, and it's going to be a training on the moot. So all first years, seize this opportunity, please. Take it up and do not miss, because this will be a game changer. I think we have been guided where we're going to take the picture from. All the people who moderated our sessions, Davis, Esther, Remy, please, let's also prepare for the photo shoot. but whoever is organizing us, come on. Is that space enough for us? The sports gala is also upcoming. We also have sports gala happening on the 8th and 9th, 4:30 to 5:15 p.m. And those are the different categories. Registration is only 100K per team. But once again, I want to thank each and every one of you for making it up. You guys are such an amazing audience. Keep it up. Whenever we call you for events, make sure you turn up. And definitely, you will always learn from the spring of wisdom from the different distinguished guests that we invite here. Thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you are free to leave at leisure. You want a closing prayer? Okay, let us humble ourselves and we pray. Almighty Father, I want to thank you for today. Thank you for the gift of life that you've given to us. We want to commit our next endeavors into your hands. We pray that, Lord, may you come and take charge of all the activities that are happening in this institution. Thank you for the Law Society. Thank you for the Law Faculty. And thank you for Uganda Christian University for enabling us to always have such engagements take place. We bless you even as we live. We pray for your provision. We pray for your protection. And above all, Lord, may you be our steer, guide in everything that we do. We pray all this believing and trusting in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Sound room.